Alright. Hopefully, we can actually get this done this time. Let's see. I missed you last time, and I did talk to you, so let's see what you have to say. There are a lot of characters in here that do have spoken that do have voice dialogue, so I'm pretty sure I need to talk to them in order to progress. In the English version, this girl says, "Oh wow, you've returned safely." From the Google image translation result, she says, "Oh, you! I'm surprised you were safe." And to double check the text, she apparently says, "Oh my dear, I'm glad you're safe." Apparently alternatives from the text translator has her say, "Oh, sweetheart, I hope you're okay." I do think that should be... No, because it is Anata, so... I don't think she's supposed to be referring to you in a romantic sense. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "Huh? Oh, hello. Kenmokuse Stars! Thanks for the follow. Managed to make it to the finale stream. Hopefully! I thought the last stream was going to be the finale, but then it took way too long. But welcome to Kururugi Village. Hopefully we can solve the mysteries here. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Huh? I don't believe I've ever met you before." According to the image translation results, the response is, I think this is the first time we've met. Let's see what... Totally forgot to follow when I first started watching. Let's... No worries. Let's see here. What does the text translation come out with? Okay, let's see. Image translation was, I think this is the first time we've met. From the text translation results, Kururugi responds with, well, I think this is the first time we've met. Not that different. Let's see. In the English version, this woman responds with, "That's not true. You were going to the valley the other day, and I warned you to be careful." From the image translation result, she says, "That's a lie. I'm going to the valley the other day. You were careful." I'm pretty sure that needs to be reworded, so let's take a look at the text translation. Let's see, according to the text translation result... Okay, this is definitely better. From the text translation result, she says, "That's a lie. I warned you the other day that you were going to the valley." I still think the translations having her call you my dear or sweetheart is really weird, unless the implication here is that this woman is just overly affectionate or something. In the English version, she says, "You wouldn't listen to me and kept on going anyway." From the image translation result, she says, "If you ignore it, it just kept going and going." Again, I feel like that needs some tidying up. Let's actually see something quick. if I try to put them together. Okay, so if I put both sides of her dialogue together, it comes out as, "You're lying," or "That's a lie. I warned you the other day that you were going to the valley, but you just ignored me and kept going." Let's see if I have it as just this one. If I have it as just this, it comes out as, "You just ignored me and kept going." Okay. Oh no, I don't know what the heck happened on my monitors right there. Let's see, in the English version, Kagome says, "I wonder if that was Utsugi." From the image translation result, Kagome asks, "Could that possibly be Utsugi?" Let's check the text translation here. From the text translation... Yeah, Kagome also says, "Could that possibly be Utsugi?" So, Utsugi... Well, I probably interrupted that. Whoops. So, Utsugi was in this village. Maybe we'll find out why. In the English version, Michiru says, "Yes, it must have been him. But why?" According to the image translation result, Kururugi responds with, "Yeah, Utsugi. They've come here after all. But why on earth?" Well, let's see how the text translation fixes this up. From the text translation, just copy-pasting as is, has Kururugi say, "Yeah, Utsugi, you came here after all. But why?" Let's see what happens if I rearrange it. Okay, rearranging it a little bit, it is, "So Utsugi came here after all. But why?" Okay. And then again, the, I'd be fine with taking that out and just having it be Kururugi nodding in agreement with Kagome, saying that it must have been Utsugi that the woman saw. Now let's jump ahead. Now there's someone in front of those, Torii gates that wasn't there before. But we'll talk to him later because we need to find someone else. We need to talk to this little brat. Who was involved in the conversation that we witnessed by the end of the live stream. So, let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Hey, you were just talking about the valley, weren't you?" From the image translation results, Kururugi asks, "Hey, you were talking about the valley earlier, weren't you?" By the text. Okay, copy pasting as is. Oh, hold on. No, I know what being an issue right now. There we go. From the text translation, Kururugi's asking, "Hey, you were talking about the valley earlier, weren't you?" Okay, it's the same as the image result. I'm gonna have to, like, try and be quick on this, just so I don't go too far over time. Because, last stream was cutting it close. In the English version, the kid says, "Yeah, that's my playground." From the image translation result, the kid says, "Ah, that's my playground." I do think the could be translated as, "Yeah." Okay, let's get rid of that. Which, thankfully, the text translator agrees with me by having the kid's response be, yeah, that's my playground.
そこに人型っていうのが出るって。
Alright. Let's see about the Hitogata that came up all of a sudden. In the English version, Kururugi asks, I heard that things called Hitogata show up there. From the image translation result, Kururugi asks, then something called a human figure appears. For whatever reason, Google Translate is actually translating Hitogata to human figure. Which, granted, that is what it means, but in this case, it should just be Hitogata. Let's see. From the text translation, Kururugi is asking, they say that something called a human figure appears there. Again, human figure, just have it say Hitogata, so they say that something called a Hitogata appears there. Not too different from the English version. I do kind of like the translated result a bit better. Okay. But also notice they're referring to the Hitogata as Bakemono, not yokai. I did mention this in the last stream, but it is an interesting detail. In the English version, the kid says, you don't know about Hitogata? They're doll-like demons that appear in the valley. Though Bakemono doesn't exactly mean demon. It's a bit more common to mean monster. So Hitogata are not demons. They're some kind of monster. That are separate from demons. From the image translation result, this kid says, Nichan and others, don't you even know what a human figure is? It's about the doll monster that appears in the valley. Let's fix that up. That Nichan, I think, should come out as brother or mister. Let's see. From the text translation, the kid says, hey guys, don't you know about human figures? It's a doll-like monster that appears in the valley. I do think I'd reword it a bit. For Nichan and Tachi, I do think it could be you guys. So, you guys don't know about Hitogata? It's a doll-like monster that appears in the valley. Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, it sounds like those dolls that attacked us. From the image translation, Kagome says, it looks like it must be the doll that attacked us. Yeah, because we had a few of them attack us on our way here. And for whatever reason, they not only have Kururugi's face, they very greatly resemble Utsugi. Curious. Let's see. From the text translation, copy-pasting as is, the translation for Kagome comes out as, it looks like it must be the doll that attacked us. Rearranging the Japanese text in the translator has the translation be, it looks like it must be that doll that attacked us. I do think it can be swapped out to those dolls because we technically got attacked by multiple. Okay, that start should just be Kururugi nodding in agreement with Kagome. In the English version, Kururugi answers, yes, there isn't anything else like them. From the image translation, Kururugi says, yeah, there was nothing else like it. And let's check the text because it has been very accurate. From the text translation results, Kururugi's response is, there was no one else like it. let's see if we can fix that up. Okay. Interesting. So there, the other two translation suggestions for Kururugi's dialogue here are there was nothing else like it, or there wasn't anything else like that. So any of those three I think I could take. Oh great, I forgot the kid continued. And it ends on an apostrophe, so this is going to be annoying. In the English version, the kid says, I've been playing in the valley since I was really young. You're still a child. What the hell? From the image translation, they say, I've been playing near the valley since I was a kid. You're still a kid. What do you mean? What do you mean, little child? You are a child. The text translation result comes out as I've been playing near the valley since I was a kid. Does this... No, that still stays. The translation result does end in a period for some reason, even though the Japanese text is an apostrophe, so let's see what happens. Jesus Christ! How much more do you have to say, kid? Oh boy. In the English version, the kid continues with, I thought it was just a make-believe story that there were puppets that looked like humans. From the image translation, the kid says, a moving doll attacking people. Thought it was a made-up story. Let's check what happens when I add this. Let's see. Okay, so if I add it to the previous one, the translation comes out to, ever since I was a kid, I used to play near the valley. I always thought that dolls that moved and attacked people were made-up stories. I think you've had the most dialogue in a single interaction so far, little kid. I don't think I've come across a character with 4 boxes of dialogue in a row like this. In the English version, he says, but just the other day, I saw them moving around the entrance of the valley. I was pretty far away, but I could still see them. From the image translation, he says, but during this time, I saw it moving at the mouth of the valley. It was my first time seeing it from afar. Okay, let's see what happens when I add the text translator. Let's get rid of that. Let's see. So in the text translator, it continues, but then the other day, I saw one moving at the entrance to the valley for the first time, even though it was from a distance. Alright. Finally, this kid's done yapping. In the English version, he concludes with, I got really scared, so I haven't gone back there since then. But now, Mom, the woman who was telling him off earlier, from the image translation, he says, because I was scared, I had stopped going towards the valley. But my mom's... Okay, let's see what happens when I add this to the text translator. Let's see. So adding it to the text translator, it comes out as, it was scary, so I stopped going to the valley after that. But then, Mom... Okay, so his full set of dialogue comes out as, ever since I was a kid, I've been playing near the valley, and I always thought that dolls that moved and attacked people were just a made-up story. But then the other day, I saw one moving at the entrance to the valley for the first time, even though it was from a distance. It was scary, so I stopped going to the valley after that. But then, Mom...
そうなんだ。谷の人型は最近動き出したんだ。
Damn, that was a lot to translate from you, kid. Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi says, so the Hitogata just recently started appearing again. From the image translation result, Kururugi apparently says, that's right, the human figures in the valley have recently begun to move. Let's see if the text translator can fix that up. Let's see. According to the text translator, let's see. Kururugi apparently says, that's right, the figures in the valley have recently started to move. I mean, the figures would be Hitogata, so the Hitogata in the valley have recently started to move, or the Hitogata of the valley have recently started to move. Or another alternative that it's giving me is that so? The valley's Hitogata has recently begun to move. I do think I prefer the first result of, that's right, the Hitogata in the valley have recently started to move. So then, what was the one this kid saw? Because they didn't start moving until we showed up. Alright, that's the kid done. Okay. I just trying to make sure I get all the stuff from the from my English run covered. In the English version, this old woman says, the most important thing about pickles is you have to attend to them every day. From the image translation result, she says, Nukazuke daily care is important. What? Let's see what the text translator has. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. According to the text translation, she says, when it comes to rice bran, daily care is important. Not pickles, so why did... Oh. There we go. Realigning the text has it. Well, when it comes to rice bran pickling, it's important to take care of it every day. So, the Japanese version is about pickling rice bran. But the English version was just like, pickles. It's just pickles. Okay, English version. They probably didn't think we'd know what rice bran was. Which, fair, but also missed opportunity to teach your players or the fan base what rice bran is. Let's see, from the image translation result. Oh wait, nope. English version first. In the English version, she continues with lots of tender, loving care, you'll have the most delicious pickles one day. From the image translation, she says, if you marinate them with love like this, they will eventually turn into delicious pickles. Huh. So what is rice bran pickling then, if she actually is talking about pickles? Let's see. Okay. From the text translation result, she continues apparently with, if you pickle them with love like this, someday they will become delicious pickles. Rearranging does not change anything. Okay. So I'm curious what rice bran is. Oh, that was nothing of importance. And then that's a shop. But let's actually talk to the important person here.
谷について聞きたいんですけど。
Now, there are some people in the Cursed Mask fanbase who are under the belief that this man here is supposed to be the feudal era version of Kururugi's father. The English, they never show what Kururugi's father looks like in the opening scene. Like, they don't show his face or anything. And from what I remember, the voice of Kururugi's father and this character don't sound even remarkably similar. Like, even remotely similar. So I have no idea where people are getting, where the Cursed Mask fanbase was getting that idea from. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Excuse me, I'd like to ask you about the valley." From the image translation, Kururugi says, I want to ask about the valley." But from the text, Kururugi is asking, I'd like to ask about the valley." Okay. You'd have to go all the way back to the first video of the stream VODs to judge whether or not he has the same voice as Kururugi's father. So good luck with that. It's been way too long. That was like early November for me, so I don't remember. In the English version, this man, who is simply called Priest, because he is the Kururugi Shrine Priest, just asks, "What?" While, according to the image translation result, he asks, "What is it?" Let's see, from the text translation result, he also asks, "What is it?" In the English version, he continues with... I can get to it. In the English version, he continues with, "Huh, I've seen you before somewhere." The image translation actually seems a little broken, with him apparently just saying, "you, somewhere." Let's see what happens. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's not picking up that first character, so I don't know what it's supposed to be. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ah, this is actually a... Hold on. I separate it like this. Can I get it? I don't know if I can. Oh, no. No, I can't. Google Translate. Why? Why do you have to break like this? Okay. Now it seems to pick something up. Okay. Okay, I got something from it. Okay. Oh, that took a bit. So apparently the translation is coming up as, you. Where are you? I mean, it's definitely clearer, but I don't think that's what it should be. Hold on. No. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Give me a sec. This is getting a little weird on me. Let's try and fix this. Although it probably won't. Okay. Now let's try this. Let's see. I almost want to think that it should be... Yeah, no, I don't know what to do in this situation, because combining it with his previous bit of dialogue just comes out as, what is it? Because he's asking, like, okay, what question do you want to ask me? But then, you, where are you? The other options it's giving me in place of you, where are you, are you somewhere, or you are somewhere. I think it's supposed to be something close to what the English version has. So probably like, you. I know you. Or, I've seen you somewhere. Or something like that. Something to the effect that the English version has. Because I can't think of anything else this is supposed to be. I don't really need to translate that. That's just Kururugi being confused.
だいぶ昔にあなたとどこかで会った気がしたのです。
Because in the English version, they have Kururugi react with, huh? Let's see. What do you have here? What do you have here? Please be something actually legible. In the English version, the priest says, I think I met you somewhere a long time ago. From the image translation result, he apparently says, no, I felt like I met you somewhere a long time ago. Let's see, from the text translation, copy-pasting as is, his dialogue comes out to, no, I just felt like I met you somewhere a long time ago. And if I rearrange it... Okay, rearranging it has it as, well, I had the feeling that I'd met you somewhere a long time ago.
多分気のせいだと思います。ここに来るの初めてだし。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, you probably just imagined it. This is my first time here. From the image translation result, Kururugi responds with, well, I guess it's just my imagination. It's my first time here. From the image translation, I do think it should be, I guess it's just your imagination. But, let's see what the text comes up with. Copy-pasting as is results in the same result. Results in the same thing. Let's see. Yeah, the text translation result is still, I think it's probably just my imagination. It's my first time here, so I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be, I think it's probably just your imagination. I don't know why it's having issues differentiating, like, my and you and stuff like that.
よく考えれば、そんな昔ではあなたはまだ子供ですね。
Let's see. In the English version, the priest says, "Come to think of it, it couldn't have been that long ago, because you're only a child." From the image translation result, he says, if you think about it, you were still a child back then. That doesn't make sense. Is it supposed to be I was still a child back then? Like if he's referring to himself? That honestly would make some sense. Just copy pasting as is to the text translator results in the same thing. Rearranging it doesn't change it, so I do think again it's an issue of them translating a certain word. So I think it should be, if you think about it, I was still a child back then, but let's see what happens.
失礼しました。それで何かご用ですか?
Let's see what happens if I mess with this. If I try to add this to it. In the English version, he continues with, "I'm sorry about that. So, what can I help you with?" From the image translation, "Hello, it definitely you. Hi, Luna. Thanks for dropping by. It definitely, like, that's the thing though, Luna. He's saying that he thinks he saw Kururugi before. But in the English version, he says that couldn't be because you're still a child. Because the priest is referring to, he had apparently seen Kururugi a long time ago. So if he's referring to himself, then if it's a matter of, like, him still being a child back then that would make sense. So it wouldn't make sense that he would have met Kururugi back then because Kururugi's much younger than him. Let's see. From the image translation result, he says, "Excuse me. So, can I help you with something?" Let's see what the text comes up with. Text. Let's see what happens if I add it. Okay, no, that still doesn't make sense. So the translation of what's here comes out as, "Excuse me. So, is there something I can help you with?" Yeah, so the text translation having the previous part be, if you think about it, you were still a child back then, just doesn't make sense. I think he's implying that Kururugi isn't old enough that he could have seen him long ago. Yeah, so I almost think that the translation should be, if you think about it, you're still the translation then for that part should be, if you think about it, you're still a child. So he's trying to be like, no, I couldn't have met you that long ago because you're a child now. So I don't know how I could recognize you or something. I don't know.
僕たちこの村に来る途中で人型っていう化け物に襲われたんです。
I just need to get this moving so I can hopefully finish. Yeah, doppelganger. Yeah, it's definitely a doppelganger thing because of Utsugi. Because Utsugi is the only other person we know who has our face. I'm going to try and get this moving along so I can get this over with in this stream. In the English version, Kururugi says, "On our way here, we were chased by some Hirogata." From the image translation result, Kururugi is apparently saying, "On our way to this village, we were attacked by a monster called a human figure." Again, actually translating Hirogata, so just instead of human figure, imagine they're saying Hirogata. Let's see. There we go. From the Google text translation result, Kururugi says, "On our way to this village, we were attacked by a monster called a Hirogata." Does it change at all if I rearrange it? Yes, it does, but in a really bad way, so let's just stick with that. Humans, truly the most vile monsters. You're Ava and Kururugi. Oh, yeah, no. I specifically had someone grab Kururugi's portrait data from this game to make this avatar. And it's specifically for...
しかもその化け物、僕と同じ顔をしてて。
It's specifically for whenever I play this game, because I just figured it was way too fitting. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, and the puppets looked exactly like me. From the image translation result, Kururugi says, what's more, that monster has the same face as me. Let's see. What happens if I add... I haven't added on. Whoop! Uh-oh. That still comes out fine. It does still have it as, what's more, that monster had the same face as me. So, yeah, no, that works. I see. Moneybags over here can get an AVA commission for each game. Nah, I...
人型に襲われた。するとお前さんたちはあの谷を通ってきたのですか?
No, like, I literally just had someone rip the portrait data out of the game and slap it together. This is not a custom thing. It's literally just the game. It's literally just the data from the game. The English version, the priest says, you were chased by Hitogata? Did you come through the valley to get here? From the image translation result, the priest says, attacked by Hitogata? So you came through that valley? Let's check the text. According to the text translation result, copy pasting as is, he says, you were attacked by a Hitogata? So you came through that valley? Let's see what happens if I rearrange. Okay, I see what's different. Okay, so if I rearrange it to match how it looks on the game, the translation is, were you attacked by a Hitogata? So did you come through that valley? I shouldn't need to translate this, because it should just be Kururugi saying, yeah. From the English version, they just have Kururugi answer, yes. From the image translation results, Kururugi apparently responds with, yeah. Let's check the text, just for the hell of it. Okay, same result as the image translation.
なんかいけないこと聞いちゃったかしら。
In the English version, Kagome then says, did I say something wrong? That was definitely an issue with the English version, so let's see. From the image translation, Kagome apparently asks, did I ask something I shouldn't? I feel like it should be, did we ask something we shouldn't, but let's see what the text translator has this come out as. Range. Text translator still has it come out as, did I ask something I shouldn't? Even though Kagome's not the one who asked. So I'm pretty sure it should be, did we ask something we shouldn't? Or possibly she's directing this to Kururugi saying, did you ask something you shouldn't? Like she's maybe going, oh, you probably made a mistake.
私の実を込めた封印で入れなかったはずでは、誰かが封印を解いたのか。
Alright, let's see here. In the English version, the priest responds with, I created a magical seal so that nobody could get in there, but someone must have broken that seal. From the image translation result, he says, that path was sealed with my magic. So I shouldn't have been able to enter, so perhaps someone broke the seal. Again, I do think it should be so you shouldn't have been able to enter, but let's see what the text translation result comes out as. It looks like the subject isn't in the sentence, so yeah, it would be directed at whoever she was facing. So then, yeah, it should have been that Kagome's directing to Kururugi. Do you think you asked something you shouldn't have? Or, again, could have been a general, did we ask something we shouldn't? Directed to the priest. Let's see, copy-pasting in the text translation, the result is, that path was sealed with my magic, so I shouldn't have been... Okay, so, same issue as the image result. Okay, rearranging the Japanese text in the translator has him apparently saying that path was sealed with my magic, so I shouldn't have been able to enter it. Maybe someone broke the seal. Again, it probably should be, so you shouldn't have been able to enter it.
それより皆さんよくご無事で。
In the English version, the priest continues with, well, I'm glad you got through safely. Let's see, the wonders of Japanese don't need so many subjects, verbs, objects, just implications. Let's see, from the image translation result, he continues with, rather than that, I hope everyone is safe. Let's see what happens when I slap it into the text translator. From the text translator, this comes out as, anyway, I'm glad everyone is safe.
かなり厳しかったけど。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, yes, it was very difficult. From the image translation result, Kururugi responds with, yeah, it was pretty tough. Again, could do with taking out the yeah and just have it be Kururugi giving a confirming nod. Let's see what the text, how it turns out in the text translator. Okay, copy pasting as is does have it say it was pretty tough, but rearranging it to match how it looks on screen has it as, yeah, it was pretty tough though. Let's see. Interesting though that he sounds right to me, the text translator. Yeah, like it's been a pretty big help compared to the Deep L translator results, so I just pretty much stopped using the Deep L translator, and if I, just in case there's any issues from the image result, I just throw it into the text, and that usually comes out with something better. In the English version, Shippo says, it was more scary than difficult. From the image translator, Shippo apparently says it was more scary than strict, though considering Kururugi's previous translation had it was pretty tough, I do think the image translation should be it was more scary than tough. Or difficult. Let's see, let's see what the text comes out with. More than, copy pasting as is, Shippo is apparently saying more than being strict, it was scary. Rearrange it. It still says it was more than strict, it was scary. But alternatives that the text result gives are, rather than saying it's tough, I was scared, or rather than being harsh, I'm scared. So I do think it could be, it was more than tough, it was scary.
それで、その人型という化け物についてお聞きしたいのです。
Let's see. In the English version, Moroku says, we would like to ask you more about what they call the Hitogata. Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense for the Japanese version. Because in the English version, for whatever reason, Shippo already recognized those dolls out in the valley as Hitogata, but the Japanese version didn't use the word Hitogata. So I was wondering, okay, where did the English version pull Hitogata from? And apparently, it wasn't until you enter Kururugi village that someone mentions Hitogata. And it's like, okay, that makes sense. Now they know what they are. From the image translation result, Moroku asks, so, I'd like to ask you about this Hitogata monster. Let's see. Grab the Japanese text off of that. And Moroku is apparently asking the same thing as the image result gives. So, I'd like to ask about this Hitogata monster.
私も詳しいことは
Let's see. In the English version, the priest says, I don't really know anything more. From the image translation result, he apparently says, I don't know the details either. I almost want to say it should be, I don't really know the details. But let's see what the text comes up with. Okay, the text has the same result as the image of, I don't know the details either. I mean, I guess that technically works. Because, like, oh, Moroku wants to know the details, but the priest is like, I know about as much as you do.
何しろ先代の巫女から危ないので封印をするようにと言われただけですので。
In the English version, the priest continues with, I was told by the former priestess that they were dangerous and to put up a magical seal to seal them away. From the image translation result, he says, after all, the previous shrine maiden told me to seal it because it was dangerous. From the text, he copy-pasting as is, he says, after all, the previous shrine maiden told me to seal it because it was dangerous. Okay, so same as the image, but let's see what happens if I rearrange it. No change, so that is what it is.
そうですか。
I get the feeling this is going to come out as I see, but I think the translation should end up being... Is that so? Yeah, I think it should be that as well. But let's see. In the English version, Moroku says, interesting. But from the image translation result, Moroku does say, is that so? Let's double check with the text. Yeah, that's also what the text translation comes out as. Very common Japanese term. Yeah, it's usually, is that so, is that right, or I see. It's usually among those three. I know this much. I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting you.
それじゃあその巫女さんから話を聞かせてもらえませんか？
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi asks, is it possible for me to talk to the former priestess? From the image translation result, Kururugi asks, well then, can we have the shrine maiden tell us her story? But... let's check the text. According to the text translation result, copy-pasting as is, Kururugi is saying, well then, can we have the shrine maiden tell us her story? So, same result as the image. And rearranging it does not change it.
残念ですが。
Is this a... Let's see. Is this a visual novel or... kind of? It's a visual novel JRPG with some dating sim elements. I say dating sim elements very loosely. Because the route you get is dependent on who you spend the most time with. I've only seen cutscenes. Yeah. The route you get is based on who you spend the most time with on the... on specified days off. Whether... the 4 mandatory ones? There's either 4 or 5 mandatory ones, and then others that are optional. Which you can avoid if you say that you don't want to stay the night when prompted. But if you do say that you want to stay the night, you get some extra scenes. Let's see. In the English version, the priest says, unfortunately. From the image translation result, he says, unfortunately, but... let's see. What does the text say? And all of a sudden, instead of translating his name to priest or Shinto priest, text translator is translating his name as God. And I don't know why. So this should just be him saying, unfortunately.
私に封印をするように言った後、10年以上も前になりますか。何も言わずに出て行ってしまって。
Yeah, no, apparently we're talking to God. Not just a shrine priest, but actual God. Alright. In the English version, the priest continues with, after telling me to create the seal, the predecessor left without saying anything. That was over 10 years ago. From the image translation result, he says, it's been over 10 years since she told me to seal it. He left without saying anything. Let's see what this is. From the text translation results, the priest is apparently saying it's been over 10 years since she asked me to seal it, and then she just walked away without saying anything. Alright. That's probably the closest I can get.
そうなんだ。10年か。だいぶ昔だ。
In the English version, Kururugi says, I see. 10 years. That's a long time ago. From the image translation results, Kururugi apparently says, yeah, 10 years. That was a long time ago. Let's see what the text has. Alright. Interesting. From the text translation result, Kururugi asks, really? 10 years? That was a long time ago. Let's see what happens if I rearrange it. Okay. Rearranging slightly to match how it looks in the game. Kururugi's translation is, really? 10 years. That was a long time ago. So it changes the 10 years from a question to, damn, that was a while.
それほど昔のことであれば、お年寄りから話を聞いてみるしかなさそうですな。
Let's see. In the English version, Moroku says, since it's such an old story, your best bet is to talk to some of the other older villagers around here. From the image translation results, Moroku apparently says, if it was that long ago, I guess the only way to find out is find out is to ask the elderly for their stories. I mean, that's not bad. Let's see what the text gives me, if it's anything different. Let's see. From the text translation result, copy pasting as is, Moroku apparently says, if it was that long ago, I guess the only way to find out is to ask the elderly about it. I mean, that is different enough. Let's see what happens if I rearrange it to look like how it does in the game. Doesn't change it too much. It just changes it to, if it was that long ago, I guess the only way to find out is to ask the elderly.
Hi.
I should not need to translate this. This is very basic. It should be... Most commonly, it'll be yes, but I do think it can also be right or sure. In the English version, they did translate it as yes, and that is what the image translation result has it as. I'm gonna check the text just in case. Yep, okay. Text translator also has it as yes. But again, I do think it could be Kururugi saying right or sure, as a way to agree with hi is yes. I am aware, but considering it's being used to agree with what Moroku says, I do think it can also be changed to right or sure, again, as a way of agreeing with a previous statement. Sorry, no need to apologize. I know you're just trying to help.
変なこと聞いてしまってすみません。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, I'm sorry to have bothered you like this. From the image translation result, Kururugi says, sorry for asking such a strange question. I mean, that absolutely works. Let's see what happens if I add it to here. Copy pasting as is gets the same result of, oh, sorry for asking such a strange question. And rearranging does not change it, so alright.
いや、いいのですよ。それより、やはりお前さんとはどこかで会った気がする。
Let's see. This is why I hate English. English is such a fucked language. I swear. In the English version, the priest says, no, that's okay. But I really think I met you someplace before. From the image translation result, he says, no, that's fine. More importantly, I feel like I've met you somewhere before. Copy pasting into the text translator. Copy pasting as is, the priest dialogue apparently translates to, no, it's fine. More importantly, I still feel like I've met you somewhere before. And realigning doesn't change anything, but he does continue, so...
そんなわけはないと分かってはいるのですが、不思議ですね。
In the English version, the priest concludes here with, but I know that's not possible. This is most mysterious. From the image translation result, he apparently says, I know that's not the case, but it's strange. Let's see, what happens if I add it? Text translator. Adding it as is has, I know that can't be the case, but it's strange. Let's see, if I rearrange, I don't think it'll change to anything different. No, it does not, so yeah, that's fine.
そうですか。
I do think this should just be, is that right, or is that so? In the English version, Kururugi responds with, is that right? Image translation result has Kururugi respond with, "Is that so?" Let's throw it into the text just to double check. Text translation result has this as, "Is that so?" Alright then. But, with that, we're gonna go for a quick break. And we're back. What is that top left? The GIF on my intermission wall? That is Azure Flame Kite transforming into the Azure Flame God from the .hack GU trilogy movie. Because it has the better looking visuals. So, now we need to find some of the older folk in the village who might be able to tell us about the Shrines Horror Priestess. All of them are .hack stuff? Yep. Top left is Azure Flame Kite to Azure Flame God, as I mentioned. The top middle is from the opening to .hack Sign. Top right is from the opening for .hack Link. Bottom left is Skaith Unison from the .hack GU Last Recode, the new Volume 4. Bottom middle is also from the .hack Sign opening, and the bottom right is from the .hack Sign Unison OVA episode. Oh hey, there's another character who's new, who wasn't here before. Let's see. What do you have to say, new guy?
なんだってわしは耳が遠いんじゃ。もっと大きい声で話してくれ。
I haven't seen any .hack, so unfortunately I wouldn't get it, but it does seem interesting. .hack is a really interesting and what's the word I want to say here? Very deep series that has a lot to it. I'll just say that for now. In the English version, this old man says, "What did you say? I can't hear very well. Please talk louder." From the image translation result, he says, "Oh, what? I'm hard of hearing. Speak louder, please." Though I will say, .hack is probably my favorite series ever. Let's see, from the text translation result, the old man says, "Oh, what's that? I'm hard of hearing. Speak louder, please." I mean, comparatively, I do like the text translation better than the image translation. Why? Even though it's pretty much the same thing? Because instead of, "Oh, what?" it's, "Oh, what's that?" Which just comes off a bit better. I don't think I need to translate this. It honestly should just be Kururugi sighing with a little bit of frustration. He's just like, "Oh, great, an old man hard of hearing." In the English version, they have Kururugi go, almost like Kururugi's on the verge of a headache. Uh-oh. Well, this doesn't bode well. The image translator can't seem to see anything. And, that means it can't pick anything up, so let's grab this. Okay. That. Okay. So the closest translation from the text translator is, so no, I think it's supposed to be like a sigh or a groan of like, I really have to deal with this, don't I?
すみません。先代の巫女さんについて聞きたいんですが。
Okay. The English version actually did this pretty well by having Kururugi speak a bit louder and a fair bit slower. Because, like, it's an old man. Gotta make sure he hears every punctuation. Every single syllable. In the English version, Kururugi says, excuse me, I would like to ask you about the shrine's former priestess. From the image translation result, Kururugi says, sorry, I'd like to ask about the previous shrine maiden. Let's just check that text. Okay. According to the text translation result, it's, excuse me, I'd like to ask about the previous shrine maiden. Let's see what happens if I rearrange. No difference. Alright, so that works.
いきなりすみませんとはどういうことじゃ?
But of course, senile old man who is hard of hearing. Take a guess what that means. In the English version, he says, why are you apologizing all of a sudden? I mean, that's fair because Kururugi starts with sumimasen as like, please, like, I'm sorry, or whatever. Yeah, there we go. From the image translation result, the old man is apparently saying, what do you mean, sorry all of a sudden? So for Kururugi's previous translation, I do think instead of it's, yeah, it should be, sorry. And then I'd like to ask about the previous shrine maiden. Or ask you about the previous shrine maiden. I would like to ask you about the previous shrine maiden. Ah, okay. Right, let's take the text from here. According to the text translation result, the old man is asking, what do you mean saying sorry out of nowhere like that? So yeah, definitely do think it should have been Kururugi saying, sorry, instead of, excuse me. Let's... rearranging the text into the translator has it come out as, what do you mean suddenly saying sorry? Uh-oh. What do you mean saying sorry out of nowhere like that? Yeah, so he only caught the first bit.
さてはお前、盗みでも働いたんだな。
Senile old folk who are hard of hearing. In the English version, he continues with, what did you do? Did you steal something? From the image translation results, he apparently says, now you must have been stealing something. Let's double check that text, shall we? According to that, he says, you must have been stealing something. Let's see here. I mean, if I get rid of what he said prior, it comes out as, so you've been stealing something. I do think having it as, you must have been stealing something. Or whatever the hell it was I had before I deleted stuff. Whoops.
そうじゃなくて。
Let's see. And yeah, no, Kururugi is like, oh, I had a feeling this would happen. In the English version, Kururugi says, no, that's not what I said. From the image translation result, Kururugi says, that's not it. Let's check the text. Yeah, text translation result just has it as that's not it, but I do think it would be fine to have it as that's not what I said.
ああ、めんどくせえ。じじい、先代の巫女のこと聞いてんだよ。
InuYasha just not giving a shit. Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha says, "What a bother. Gramps, we're asking you about the former priestess." From the image translation result, he says, "Ah, how troublesome. Grandpa, I heard about the previous shrine maiden." I do think that needs to be fixed up a little bit. Also, instead of Grandpa, I do think it should be either Gramps or Old Man. Okay, the text translation result is better. According to the text translation result, InuYasha is saying, "Oh, how troublesome. Grandpa, I was asking about the previous shrine maiden." Okay, the alternatives have some better starts, but the rest of it, talking about the previous shrine maiden, are kind of busted. So one option, or one alternative for the start is, what a pain. Old man, which I think is what I would prefer in this case, just because that kind of fits better with InuYasha's personality. And the third one is starting with, what a hassle. But yeah, no, I do think for InuYasha, I'd end up having it be, "Oh, what a pain. Old man, I was asking about the previous shrine maiden." Though it could also be we were asking about the previous shrine maiden, but yeah.
そんな大声で言うなっちゃってバカ者。
This old man sounds fun. GG, I do think specifically refers to a family member. I mean, we know he's not related to InuYasha, so I'm pretty sure he's using it insultingly to call him old man. Let's see. In the English version, the old man responds with, "You don't have to talk that loud, you idiot!" From the image translation result, he apparently reacts with, "Ugh, don't say it so loudly, you idiot!" Let's see, copy text. The text translation results aren't too bad. So the first part is just the old man reacting like trying to cover his ears in pain or something. The first result that it gives me is, "Don't say it so loudly, you idiot." The second option is, "Don't say it out loud like that, you idiot." And the third one is apparently, "Don't say it out loud like that, fool." I do think "don't say it so loudly, you idiot" is probably the closest. How you would talk to a boss, or let's see. Could be a disrespectful term, then yes. I was only taught like respectful Japanese. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, no, InuYasha is a very disrespectful individual. There are very few people he shows any kind of respect to. So, given his personality, him saying GG in an insulting manner as old man rather than a more family-oriented grandpa or gramps makes a lot more sense. Let's see here. In the English version, InuYasha reacts with, "You're a real pain in the ass." Yeah, I probably can't help at all in that case. No worries. From the image translation result, InuYasha's reaction is, "You bastard." Let's just double check that real quick. Granted, that is absolutely in character for him. And yeah, no, it's you bastard, because he's getting annoyed.
わざとやっとるんじゃなかったか
Oh boy. In the English version, InuYasha says, "Is he doing that on purpose?" From the image translation results, Shippo's apparently saying, maybe he's doing this on purpose? I'd almost say I'd be fine with the result being, I think he's doing this on purpose. Text translation result has Shippo saying, maybe he's doing it on purpose? Another option the text translation result is giving me is, I'm sure you're doing it on purpose, aren't you? In which case, Shippo's referring to the old man. Again, I wouldn't be against it being changed to, I think he's doing it on purpose, because it would still work.
先代の巫女さんについて聞きたいんですけど。
Alright, and Kururugi doing a somewhat different approach. In the English version, Kururugi says, we would like to ask you about the former priestess, instead of starting with an apology. So that should get the old man's attention a bit better. From the image translation results, Kururugi says, I'd like to ask about the previous shrine maiden. Let's double check the text translator. Copy text. Copy pasting as is has Kururugi asking, I'd like to ask about the previous shrine maiden. So same as the image translation result. Let's see what happens if I rearrange it. No change. Got it.
ミコじゃと？ああ、確かに先代のミコはわしの幼馴染じゃ。
In the English version, the old man says, what? The former priestess? Oh, I grew up with her. From the image translation results, he apparently says, what? A shrine maiden? Ah, indeed, the previous shrine maiden was my childhood friend. Let's see what the text has. From the text translation, putting it as is from a copy-paste, has the result be, what? A shrine maiden? Yes, the previous shrine maiden was definitely my childhood friend. Let's see. No change to rearrange. I do think instead of a shrine maiden, it could be, what? The shrine maiden? Or it could just be, what? Shrine maiden?
その人は今どこにいるんですか?
In the English version, Kururugi asks, do you know where she is now? While according to the image translation results, Kururugi asks, where is she now? Let's see. From the text translation results, Kururugi is apparently asking, where is that person now? I do think it could be, where is she now? Because they're talking about the shrine maiden, so specifically a woman. So that's fine.
そんなこと知るわけもなかろう。何しろ10年以上も前に村を出たきりじゃからな。
Let's see. In the English version, the old man responds with, how would I know that? That priestess left the village 10 years ago. From the image translation results, he responds with, "There's no way I could know that. After all, she left the village more than 10 years ago." Let's check the text. From the text result, copy pasting as is gets the same result as the image. So let's see what happens if I realign. Nope, same thing. Okay.
そうなんだ。おじいちゃん、ありがとう。
In the English version, Kururugi then responds with, "Oh, really? Thanks, Gramps." From the image translation result, Kururugi's apparent response is, "That's right." Remarking on the, like, she left more than 10 years ago, so how would he know? So Kururugi's going like, "Right, makes sense." And then finishes with, "Thank you, Grandpa." I'd also be fine with it being, "Thank you, Gramps." Let's see. From the text translator. Okay. Copy pasting as is, it still starts with "that's right," but if I realign it, it starts with "I see." So, could be seen differently, like, depending on how you want to take that first one. If you have it as "that's right," again, it could be taken as Kururugi being like, "Right, duh, the priestess left more than 10 years ago, so what are the odds that this old man would know where she is now?" But if you have it as "I see," it would be like, okay, fair point. Oh, that was a dead end, so let's see who we need. So, the next person we have to talk to is the only other old person we know who is complaining about the young people. There is one other old person we can talk to, but she was going on about pickles.
最近の若い者はおしゃれというものを何も分かっとらんの。
Let's see. And it's the same old woman who tried to sell us kimonos, but when InuYasha said, "Hey, if it can withstand being thrown into a fire, sure." And her response was, "There's no such thing as that." Well, in the English version, she essentially resumes where she left off with, "The young people these days don't know anything about style." From the image translation result, she says, "Young people these days don't know anything about fashion." Let's just grab the text to be sure. From the text, she apparently says, young people these days don't know anything about fashion, so same thing. Let's just see what happens if I rearrange. Nope, same thing.
先代がいた頃は
But here's the new stuff. In the English version, she continues with, "But when the former priestess was here..." From the image translation result, she apparently says, "When my predecessor was around." I think it should be "when the predecessor was around." Let's see. From the text translator, it apparently comes out as "when the previous generation was around." I think I'd actually lean a bit more to the English version's take and have it be, "But when the when the previous Shrine Maiden was around." Even though she doesn't say Miko, like, that's who they're talking about.
台って神社の巫女さんのこと？
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Are you talking about the shrine's former priestess?" From the image translation result, Kururugi is apparently saying, by previous generation, you mean the shrine maiden? Okay. If the text translation does come out as previous generation, then I think the text translation of it when the previous generation was around would be fair enough. Yeah, okay. Text translation result has Kururugi's dialogue here as by previous generation. Do you mean the Shrine Maiden? Okay, sure.
そうじゃ。それは美しい方でな。
Although again, it could also be the predecessor instead of the previous generation. Let's see, in the English version, the old woman says, "Yes, she was such a beautiful woman." From the image translation result, she says, "That's right. That is such a beautiful person." I think it could be they were such a beautiful person. Though again, since referring to priestess, it could be they were such a beautiful woman. Or again, she was. The text translator actually has it as, "Yes, she is truly beautiful." Realigning it is, "Yes, she's a very beautiful woman." So as far as trying to touch up the translation result, I do think it could be, "That's right. She was a very beautiful woman."
里の者は男だけでなく女子さえも皆憧れとった。
In the English version, she continues with, "Not only the boys, but even the girls adored her." From the image translation result, she apparently says that the people of the village... Wait. Okay. No, I need to verbatim this. Verbatim! The Google image translation result is having this old woman say, "The people of the village are not only men, even women. Everyone was fascinated by it." I think it's supposed to be... Actually, I don't even know what this is supposed to be, so let's just go to the text. Because there's no way I can make any sense out of that. Okay. Better. From the text translation result, the old woman continues with, "Everyone in the village, not just the men, but even the women, adored her." There we go! That is much more coherent!
その人、今どこにいるか知ってますか？
In the English version, Kururugi asks, "Do you know where that person is now?" From the image translation result, Kururugi is asking, "Do you know where she is now?" Let's see. Copy pasting directly into the text translator results in, "Do you know where she is right now?" If I realign it, no change. Okay.
はて、どこでどうしておるやら。
In the English version, the old woman says, "Who knows where or what she is doing?" From the image translation result, She says, well, where are you, and what are you doing? I feel like that needs to be fixed up. So let's see what the text translator comes out with. From the Google Text Translator, comes out with the exact same thing as the image translator result, which is, where are you, and what are you doing? I think I'd be fine with changing this a bit to be, I don't know where she is or what she is doing. Just taking into account in the Japanese text it ends in a period instead of a question mark.
もうだいぶ前に神隠しにあった旦那様を探しに村を出たきりじゃからな。
But let's see what this comes out as. Maybe it'll do something if I add it. In the English version, she says, she left the village a long time ago to look for her husband, who was spirited away. From the image translation result, the old woman says, a long time ago, searching for her spirited away husband, she just left the village. I feel like that needs to be fixed up a bit. Let's try this. Let's see. There we go. When I add this part to the previous one, it actually fixes the previous one's result. Because now, altogether, it comes out as, I wonder where she is and what she's doing. She left the village a long time ago to look for her husband, who was spirited away. That's a lot better. That is a lot better.
そうですか。
Once again, this is probably going to come out as, is that so? Or, is that right? Or, I see. In the English version, they had Kururugi respond with, is that so? And I was right in regard to the translation result. The image translator has it come out as, is that so? Which is what the text translator has it as, but an alternative is, really.
角樹様か。懐かしいの。
Hello there. In the English version, the old woman says, Kakuju. How nostalgic. From the image translation result, she says, Kakuju-sama. How nostalgic. In this case, I do think it could be translated to Lady Kakuju, considering Shrine Priestess or Shrine Maiden. The text translation result is a little weird, apparently having it as, oh, Kakuju, miss her. But if I realign it, it comes out as Kakuju-sama. I miss you. Alright. So that last bit could be either how nostalgic, I feel nostalgic, or I miss you. Either of those, I think, could be completely fine.
え、今おばあさん各種って言った。
Well, well, well! Here's a twist! In the English version of the game, Kururugi asks, what? Did she just say Kakuju? From the image translation result, Kururugi's reaction is, huh? Did you just say Kakuju, Granny? Let's just check the text. Because I think it could also be, Hey, Granny, did you just say Kakuju? Copy pasting as is gets the same result as the image translation. Realigning it doesn't change it, so it is coming up as, did you just say Kakuju, Granny? But again, I do think I'd be comfortable with it being, hey, Granny, did you just say Kakuju?
うん、確かに言ったね。
That start from Songo is definitely supposed to be a nod. Of confirming that, yeah, no, the old lady absolutely said that. In the English version, Kakuju, or Songo responds with, yes, she did. From the image translation results, Songo is apparently saying, yeah, she definitely said that. So again, replace the yeah with just a confirming nod. The text translation result has Songo instead say, that's definitely what she said.
おばあちゃん、先代の巫女さんの名前は各樹なんですか?
In the English version, Kururugi says, excuse me, was the former priestess's name Kakuju? From the image translation results, Kururugi says, Grandma, was the previous shrine maiden's name Kakuju? Let's check this. Grandma was the previous shrine maiden's name Kakuju. Okay, let's see what happens if I do some realigning. Was the previous shrine maiden's name Kakuju? Okay, no change.
ああ、そうじゃ。本当に美しい巫女様でな。
In the English version, the old woman responds with, yes, it was. She was such a beautiful woman. From the image translation results, the old woman responds with, ah, that's right. Truly a beautiful shrine maiden. I do think that first part could be translated as, yes, that's correct. From the image translation result, she said, or from the text translation result, from a copy paste, she says, yes, that's right. She's a really beautiful shrine maiden. Alternatives are she really is a beautiful shrine maiden, or she is truly a beautiful shrine maiden. Alright.
そう。ありがとうおばあちゃん。
Was that started Usul? Interesting. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, really? Thank you so much! From the image translation results, Kururugi apparently responds with, yes. Thank you, Grandma. I don't think that first bit should be a yes. Okay, it came out as a soul. So the text translation has it come out as, I see. Thank you, Grandma.
神社の先代の巫女さんが各樹ばあちゃんだなんて。
In the English version, Kururugi continues with, I can't believe the shrine's priestess was Grandma Kakuju. From the image translation result, Kururugi apparently says the previous shrine maiden at the shrine was Grandma Kakuju. Let's see. What happens if I add it? Okay. From the text translation result, it comes out as, I can't believe Grandma Kakuju was the previous shrine maiden at the shrine. Let's see what happens if I rearrange it. There we go. Doesn't change it too much, just has it as, I can't believe the previous shrine maiden at the shrine was Grandma Kakuju. I do think the at the shrine part can be taken out and not be an issue.
どうやらこれは各自様を探した方が良さそうですな。
In the English version, Moroku says, looks like we should look for Kakuju. From the image translation results, Moroku says, it looks like we should look for Kakuju-sama. Makes sense, like, it makes sense that Moroku would use Sama to refer to Kakuju because Moroku respects her. From the text translation results, in a copy-paste, Moroku says, it looks like we should look for Kakuju-sama. Let's see if, what happens if I rearrange? No change.
角地ばあちゃんどこの村にいるかな。
That first part should just be Kururugi nodding in agreement. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, yes. I wonder what village Grandma Kakuju is at. From the image translation result, Kururugi says, yeah. I wonder which village Grandma Kakuju is in. Text just to be sure. Copy pasting as it is. It comes out as the same as the image translation result, being I wonder which village Grandma Kakuju is in. Let's see what happens if I rearrange it. Okay. If I rearrange it, it comes out as Grandma Kakuju. I wonder which village you're in. So it becomes a little interesting there. If you just have it as, I wonder which village Grandma Kakuju is in, it could be taken as Kururugi wondering out loud to the entire group. Or, if you take it as Grandma Kakuju, I wonder which village you're in, it could be taken as Kururugi mumbling to themselves, like mumbling their own thoughts out loud to themselves. Wondering if there's something that could guide them to where Grandma Kakuju is. But we've only ran into Grandma Kakuju, what was it now? 4 times? First time was in Akebi Village. The second time was on the road to Suzumi. The third time was Rindo Village. And the fourth time was Kaede's Village. She kind of gets around with no way for us to really find her. So, I wonder where Grandma Kakuju could be. Gee! I wonder where Grandma Kakuju could be! In all honesty though, as far as like a story goes, I am curious how you would have had to discover this. Because the only thing that would come to mind is go to Akebi Village, Kaede's Village, or Rindo Village and talk to people around there. Because again, those are the only places, the only villages where you've met her. But I think with this, we're gonna go for another quick break. And we're back. Now, let's go check in on Grandma Kakuju. Just need to make sure the English version is where I need it. Hey, Kenmogase, if you're still in chat, I hope you're ready to cry. That guy's fishing line is clipping through the dock. What the hell?
おお、お前さんか。久しぶりじゃな。
Let's see. In the English version, Kakuju says, "Oh, it's you. It's been a while." The image translation results is the exact same. All right. Let's see. Next. Here. And that's also what the text has it come out as. Realign. Let's see. Yeah, nope. Same thing. So still. Oh, it's you. It's been a while.
隠しばあちゃん、クルルギ神社の巫女さんだったって、本当
In the English version, Kururugi says, "Kakuju, is it true that you used to be the Kururugi Shrine's former priestess?" From the image translation results, Kururugi asks, "Is it true that Grandma Kakuju was a shrine maiden at Kururugi Shrine?" I do think it could be rearranged to Grandma Kakuju. Is it true that you were a shrine priestess at Kururugi Shrine? But let's see what the text translation comes out to. Let's see. Copy pasting as is just gives the same result as the image translation. So let's see what happens if I realign. There we go. The exact alternative way I was thinking of. Realigning the Japanese text in the translator has the result be, Grandma Kakuju, is it true that you were a shrine maiden at Kururugi Shrine?
何？クルルギ神社。
In the English version, Kakuju responds with, "What? The Kururugi Shrine?" From the image translation result, she reacts with, "What? Kururugi Shrine?" Which is also what the text translation result comes out as.
それをどこで聞いたのじゃ。
Oh? That sounded pretty quiet. In the English version, Kakuju continues with, "Where did you hear that?" From the image translation result, she apparently says the same thing. Where did you hear that? Let's double check the text. Yeah, no, it still comes out as, "Where did you hear that?"
神社で聞いたんだよ。クルルギ神社で。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "I heard it at the shrine, at the Kururugi shrine." From the image translation results, Kururugi says, I heard it at the shrine. Kururugi shrine. From the text, Kururugi apparently says, I heard it at the shrine. At Kururugi shrine. At Kururugi shrine.
お前クルルギの里へ行ったのか。じゃがあそこに通じる谷は封印で通れぬはず。
In the English version, Kururugi says, You went to Kururugi village? But there's supposed to be a seal that stops people from traveling into the valley. From the image translation results, she asks, Have you been to Kururugi village? However, the valley that leads there is sealed off and shouldn't be passable. Let's see what the text translation has. From the text translation, Kakuju apparently says, Did you go to Kururugi village? But the valley that leads there should be sealed and impassable.
まさか封印が解かれたのか。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, It can't be. Was the seal broken? From the image translation results, Kakuju says, No way. Has the seal been broken? I wouldn't mind it being impossible. Has the seal been broken? Let's see what it says when I add it to the text. Hold on. It should be past. Okay. So, right, so our previous one is, but the valley that leads there should be sealed and impassable. But if I add this Japanese text to it, it changes to, but the valley leading there should be impassable because of the seal. Could it be that the seal has been broken? Let's see what happens if I just have this part. Apparently it comes out as... Could it be that the seal has been broken? Otherwise, the alternatives that the text translator results are giving me is... No way. Has the seal been broken? Again, I do think the no way can be changed to impossible and still be fine. So, I think my final take on this would be, you go to Kururugi village? But the valley leading there should be impassable because of the seal. Possible. Could it be that the seal has been broken?
やっぱり角地ばあちゃん知ってるんだね。
In the English version, Kururugi says, So, you do know about it. You know about the valley, too. From the image translation results, Kururugi apparently just says, So, Grandma Kakuju knows after all. Let's see, from the text, Kururugi says, So, Grandma Kakuju knows after all. Let's see what happens if I realign it. Swapping it a little bit changes to, So you know Grandma Kakuju. But the realigning has it as, I knew it. Grandma Kakuju knows. If I remove Kururugi's name, it comes out as I thought. Grandma Kakuju knows. I think it could be as I thought. Grandma Kakuju knew. Or Grandma Kakuju knows about it.
お願いだよ。谷のこと、人型っていう化け物のこと、教えてよ。
In the English version, Kururugi continues with, "Please, tell me about the valley and the Hitogata." From the image translation result, Kururugi says, "Please, the valley is called Hitogata. Tell me about the monster." That very much needs to be fixed. Text translator. Oh, that's a lot better. With the text, the translation apparently comes out as, "Please, tell me about the valley and the monster called Hitogata."
なぜそんなことを聞きたがるのかは知らんが。
And for the first time, we see Kakuju looking a little angry. In the English version, Kakuju says, "I don't know why you would want to know about that." From the image translation result, she says, "I don't know why you want to ask that." Let's check from the text. From the text translation, or just throwing the text in the translator, Kakuju apparently says, "I don't know why you want to ask me that, but... But?
教えることなど何もない。さっさと行くがよい。
I'm definitely gonna have to add this to on top. Just instead of having it be translated separately. In the English version, Kakuju continues with, "But there's nothing to tell. You better be on your way." From the image translation results, Kakuju apparently says, "There's nothing to teach you. Come on, let's go quickly." I do feel that needs to be changed a bit. So let's see what happens when I add it. Okay. Altogether, her... what Kakuju says comes out as, "I don't know why you want to ask me that, but I have nothing to teach you. Now, hurry up and get going." I do think, for this case, teach can be changed to tell. So it would end up being, "I don't know why you want to ask me that, but I have nothing to tell you. Now, hurry up and get going." Otherwise, an alternative, instead of "now hurry up and get going," is, "Now you should go quickly." Just Kakuju trying to tell the group to get out of here. Leave her alone.
どうして？ばあちゃん今まで僕に式神のこととか教えてくれたじゃない。
Oh, that's a good reaction from the Japanese voice. Kururugi just taken completely off guard that Kakuju would refuse to help. And just shoo them away. In the English version, Kururugi says, "What's wrong, Kakuju? Until now, you've told me so many things, like how to use Shikigami." From the image translation result, Kururugi is apparently saying, "Why? Granny, until now, you've given me Shikigami. Didn't you tell me something?" I feel like that needs to be fixed up a little bit. But interesting that it says she gave him Shikigami. Let's see here. What the? This... This is weird. This is actually translating really weird in the text translator. From the text translator, the only workable option that it's giving is, why? Grandma, you've never told me about Shikigami before. Which is very much incorrect, so let's see what happens when I start removing stuff. Okay, so if I get rid of the why and Granny, it turns into, you've been teaching me about Shikigami up until now. So let's see. What happens if I mess with this some more? Okay, so if I remove the bit about Shikigami, the last bit is, you told me things like that. If I remove the last bit, until now, I've been given Shikigami. Told me things like that. Okay, no. So it should be then, why? Granny, you've been teaching me about Shikigami up until now. Actually, let's see. Yeah, I think it should be... But why? Grandma, you've... Damn it. But why? Grandma, you've been teaching me about Shikigami up until now.
それなのに急にどうして
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi continues with... Why is it so different all of a sudden? From the image translation result, Kururugi apparently says, so why is this... why did this suddenly happen? Let's see what the text translator has for that. Okay. No, this is interesting. If I combine both parts, the translation result comes out as, why? Grandma, you've always told me about Shikigami, so why all of a sudden? I do still think for the grandma, you've always told me about Shikigami could be, you've always told me about Shikigami until now. And that would be perfectly fine.
なんだか話したくない理由があるみたいね。
From the English version, Kagome says, it seems there's a reason Kakuji doesn't want to talk about it. From the image translation result, Kagome says, there seems to be a reason why you don't want to talk about it. Alright, already a bit of a difference there, it would seem. English version is Kagome telling Kururugi that there seems to be a reason Kakuji doesn't want to talk. But from the image translation result, it seems Kagome's more directing what she's saying to Kakuji, saying, there must be a reason why you don't want to talk about it. But let's check the text translation. According to the text translation, Kagome says, it seems like there's a reason you don't want to talk about it. I mean, that's the same as the image, so let's see what happens if I rearrange stuff. Let's see. There's a reason you don't want to talk about it. Nope. Okay. So it seems like there's a reason you don't want to talk about it. Again, from the translation, it could be that Kagome is referring to Kakuju because she doesn't say Kakuju's name here. So very likely she could be directing this at Kakuju.
でもちょっとでも話が聞けたらクルルギのこともウツギのことも全部わかるかもしれないのに。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "But if you can just tell me a little bit, maybe I'll be able to understand everything about Kururugi Village and about Utsugi." From the image translation results, Kururugi apparently says, "But if I could just hear a little bit more, I might be able to understand everything about Kururugi and Utsugi." Let's see what happens if I throw in the text into the translator. Let's see, from the text translation. Interesting. The text does still say Kururugi, which Kururugi mentions, but apparently from the text translator, if I just copy-paste the Japanese text as is, it comes out as, "But if I could just hear a little bit more, maybe I'd understand everything about you and Utsugi." Having it come out as you and Utsugi, it's a little interesting. So let's see what happens if I rearrange it. Rearranging slightly has it as, "I could just hear a little bit more. I might be able to understand everything about Kururugi and Utsugi." Okay, that makes it the same as the image results. But if I rearrange it one more time... No different. Okay. So yeah. "But if I could just hear a little bit more, I might be able to understand everything about Kururugi and Utsugi."
Utsugi.
That caught her attention. In the English version, Kaguju responds with, "What? Utsugi?" From the image translation result, she responds with, "What? Utsugi?" I don't think it'll be any different in the text translator, but I'm going to throw it in anyway. Yep. What? Utsugi?
今うつぎと申したか。
Ooh. In the English version, Hakuju then says, "Did you just say Utsugi?" Which is also what the image translation result comes out with. But let's see what happens if I add that into the text translator. Okay. So if I just realign it to match how it probably should be, it comes out as, "What? Utsugi? Did you just say Utsugi?" But... if I get rid of one... if I remove one line of space, it becomes, "What? Utsugi? You just said Utsugi!"
うつぎもクルルギにいるみたいなんだよ。
I do think, did you just say Utsugi is a bit better. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "Yes, it seems Utsugi is in Kururugi too." From the image translation result, Kururugi says, "Yeah, it seems like Utsugi lives in Kururugi as well." I don't think that's right, so absolutely going to check the text translation. From the text translation result, it comes out as, "Yeah, it seems Utsugi is also at Kururugi." Two alternatives that it's giving me is, it looks like Utsugi is also in Kururugi, or looks like Utsugi is also in Kururugi. Though again, remove the "yeah," and it could just be a Kururugi giving a nod of confirmation to Kakuju's, "Did you just say Utsugi?"
そうか。それであの封印も。
Here, in the English version, Kakuju says, "I see. That must be why the seal is broken." From the image translation result, Kakuju says, "I see. So that seal." Let's check the text. From the text translation result, Kakuju says, "I see. And that seal."
お前さんたちすまぬが、わしをクルルギの里に連れて行ってくれ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kakuju says, or continues with, "I'm sorry, but could you please take me to Kururugi village?" From the image translation result, oh, one moment. From the image translation results, Kakuju apparently says, "Sorry guys, take me to Kururugi village." I do think that needs to be run through the text translator, so let's give that a go. From the text translator, it comes out as, "Sorry guys, but please take me to Kururugi village." Let's see what happens if I add it to the previous one. Provided Google Translator stops being a pain in the ass. Okay, so if I add it to the previous one, it currently becomes, "I see, and that seal. I'm sorry, you guys, but could you please take me to Kururugi village?" Instead of "you guys," I do think it could be "I'm sorry, everyone."
本来なら一人で行きたいのじゃが、目が見えぬではそうもいかん。
In the English version, Kakuju concludes here with, "I would like to go on my own, but I can't see, so I can't travel there by myself." So here's the question then. How have you been getting around on your own then? From the image translation results, Kakuju apparently says, "I would have liked to go alone, but I can't because I can't see." Let's see what happens if I add it to the text translation. Or text translator. Okay, so altogether, it comes out to, "I see, and that seal. I'm sorry, everyone, but please take me to Kururugi village. I would normally like to go alone, but I can't if I can't see." So instead of "and that seal," I think it could be "so that seal." Let's see what happens if I just do this one. I would have liked to go alone, but I can't because I can't see. Yeah, okay, so the final version of, "I see, so that seal. I'm sorry, everyone, but please take me to Kururugi village. I would normally like to go alone, but I can't if I can't see."
おいババア、人の話聞いてんのかよ。
From InuYasha, in the English version, he says, "Hey, Granny, didn't you hear what we asked?" From the image translation result, InuYasha is apparently saying, "Hey, old hag, are you even listening to what people are saying?" From the text translation result, copy pasting as is gets the same result as the image translation, but let's see what happens if I rearrange it. No difference. So, hey old hag, are you even listening to what people are saying?
とにかく早くわしをクルルギの里へ。
In the English version, Kakuju, ignoring InuYasha, as always, just kind of... no, like, Kakuju's interactions with InuYasha are really amusing. In the English version, Kakuju says, anyway, take me quickly to Kururugi village. From the image translation result, she says, anyway, hurry up and get me to Kururugi village. From the text translation, she says, anyway, hurry up and get me to Kururugi village. Or it could be, and take me to Kururugi village. Either of those are fine.
どうやらよほどのことがあるみたいね。
In the English version, Kagome says, it seems like something really important just happened. From the image translation results, Kagome says, apparently, it seems like something very important has happened. Let's see what the text translation comes out as. From the text translation results, Kagome apparently says, it seems like something big has happened. Or, it could be, looks like something really important is going to happen. I think I'd rather have it as either it seems like something big has happened or it seems like something really important is going to happen. Either of those, I think, are a lot better.
そうだね。わかった。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, yes, I agree. Let's go. From the image translation result, Kururugi apparently says, yes, that's right. Got it. Let's check the text. From the text translation result... Uh-oh. Let's undo that mistake. Okay. So the three suggestions for results that I'm getting are, that's right, I get it. Yes, it is. Have understood. Or what I'm probably going to go with is Kururugi saying, I agree. Understood. Being Kururugi saying, I agree, directed to Kagome, and then understood, directed to Kakuju. And thankfully, we just get teleported.
おい、何トロトロやってんだ。もうすぐじゃねえか。早く行こうぜ。
Kakuju. In the English version, InuYasha says, what are you slowing down for? We're almost there. Hurry up! From the image translation result, InuYasha is apparently saying, hey, what are you doing here? It's almost time. Let's go! Which I feel needs to be touched up a bit, so let's see what the text translation comes out to. From the text translation result, copy pasting as is gets the same result as the image translation, so find that and find that. No, it still comes out the same. I actually do think I'd go with the English version's take here of, what are you slowing down for? We're almost there. Hurry up. Otherwise, for the first part, I could take it as, hey, what are you doing? We're almost there. Hurry up.
待ちなさいよ、犬夜叉。
From Kagome. In the English version, she says, wait a minute, InuYasha. From the image translation result, she says, wait, InuYasha. And from the text translation, she says either wait, InuYasha, or hold on, InuYasha. That's the two suggestions that are that the text translate is giving me. I think in this case, I would be fine with it being hold on, InuYasha. As a way to be like, hey, just like, hold on a minute.
各樹様がご一緒なのですから、無理を言うものではありません。
Oh yeah, we're absolutely getting this done today. Like, no question. We are finishing this today. This stream. In the English version, Moroku says, Kakuju is with us, so we can't travel as quickly. From the image translation result, Moroku says, since Kakuju-sama is with us, there's no need to ask for too much. Let's check how that... Let's check that in the text. From the text translation results, Moroku says, since Kakuju-sama is with us, can't ask for too much. Or it could be we can't ask for too much. I mean, if Moroku is directing this at InuYasha, I wouldn't be against it being you can't ask for too much, just because we all know how impatient InuYasha can be.
けどよ、このままじゃウツギが逃げちまうかもしれねえぞ。
In the English version, InuYasha says, but if we don't hurry, Utsugi might get away. From the image translation results, InuYasha apparently says, but if things stay like this, Utsugi might run away. Text. No difference from the image translation result. All right.
すまんのう。
In the English version, Kakuju says, I'm sorry. Which is also what the image translation result has it as, and I think the text translation is going to be the same, but I also wouldn't be against it possibly saying, forgive me. Again, that's a form of apology.
じゃあ、お前さんたちはなぜそこまで必死にウツギを追うのじゃ。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, but why are you so desperate to go after Utsugi? From the image translation result, Kakuju asks, but why are you guys chasing Utsugi so desperately? Let's check that text. Let's see. Why are you guys chasing Utsugi so desperately? Let's rearrange that. a little bit. No difference. Okay, so could be I'm sorry or forgive me. And then, but why are you guys chasing Utsugi so desperately? I think it could also be, but why are you all chasing Utsugi instead of you guys? But, you know.
それは
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, well, from the image translation results, Kururugi apparently says, oh, that's... While according to the text translation result, Kururugi says, that's... Although I wouldn't be against it being because...
前に僕が違う世界から来たって話したよね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi continues with... Oh, hold on, just making sure. Okay. In the English version, Kururugi says, remember I told you that I came from a different world? From the image translation result, Kururugi says, I told you before that I come from a different world. Let's check the text and see what happens if I add it on. I told you before that I came from a different world. Okay, let's erase that. I told you before. That's... I told you before that I came from a different world. Let's see what happens if I remove this. I told you before that I came... Okay. So, combining both parts is... that's... I told you before that I came from a different world.
そういえばそんなことを言っておったな。
Or it could be before I told you that I came from a different world. Either of those options, I think, would be fine. In the English version, Kakuji says, yes, I remember. From the image translation results, Kakuju apparently says, now that I think of it, that's what you said. I think it could be... You did say that. Let's see. Now that I think about it, that's what you said. Let's see what happens if I find it. Okay, realigning it has it come out as, come to think of it, that's what you said. Again, I do think I'd be fine with it being, come to think of it, you did say that. You did say that.
それで宇津木がこの世界に呼んだ張本人らしいんだ。
In the English version, Kururugi says, it seems that Utsugi was the one that summoned me here. From the image translation result, Kururugi says, so, it seems Utsugi was the one who called me to this world. Let's see what the text says. And so, Utsugi seems to be the one who called me to this world. Okay, let's realign that. So it seems that Utsugi was the one who called me to this world. Okay, so that, or Utsugi seems to be the one who called me into this world. I do think instead of and so, it could just be so. Or it could also be well.
宇津木がか。じゃがどうして。
In the English version, Kakuju responds with, Utsugi? But why? From the image translation result, it apparently has Kakuju say, it's Utsugi, but why? I do think it could be Utsugi did. I wonder why. Or, but why? Let's see what the text has to say. Copy paste just has the same as the image, so rearrange. Okay. Rearranging it has the translation come out as Utsugi, huh? But why? Again, I do think the but why could also be, I wonder why.
詳しいことはわからない。
In the English version, Kururugi says, I don't know the details, which is also what the image translation result comes out to. Let's see the text translation. From the text translation result, no, same result, but it does continue.
ただ、僕が宇津木の子孫だっていうのが関係してるらしくて。
In the English version, sorry about that. Throat got really dry. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, but the connection seems to be that I am Utsugi's descendant. From the image translation result, Kururugi apparently responds with, just, I think it has something to do with the fact that I'm a descendant of Utsugi. Let's see what the text says when I add it. Descendant. Okay. Let's see if I do this. With the fact. Okay. So copy paste as is, it comes out as, but I think it has to do with the fact that I'm a descendant of Utsugi. But if I realign it, it becomes, but I think it has something, hang on. I think it has something to do with the fact. Okay. Okay, so that's what changes. Back as it was, it's I think it has to do with the fact. Whereas realigning it is I think it has something to do with the fact that I'm a descendant of Utsugi. So altogether it becomes, I don't know the details, but I think it has something to do with the fact that I'm a descendant of Utsugi.
なんじゃと？お前さんが宇津木の子孫。それは。
In the English version, Hakuju responds with, what? You're Utsugi's descendant? That's... But I can absolutely hear a bit of panic in Kakuju's voice here. Oh, did I not? I don't think I grabbed a screenshot for that. Whoops. No, I did. What? Weird. Hello? Please work for me. Oh, come on. There we go. From the image translation result, Kakuju says, "What? You're a descendant of Utsugi? That's..." But let's, of course, check the text. From the text translation result, Kakuju apparently says, "What? You're a descendant of Utsugi? That's..." But let's realign it. See what that changes. Changes nothing. Okay.
どうしたの、角樹ばあちゃん。
In the English version, Kururugi asks, "What's wrong, Grandma Kakuju?" From the image translation result, Kururugi asks, what's the matter, Grandma Kakuju?" From the text translation result, Kururugi is apparently asking, "What's wrong, Grandma Kakuju?"
顔が真っ青だよ。
In the English version, Songo says, "Your face is completely white." But apparently, from the image translation result, Songo says, "Your face is completely blue." I have to wonder if that's a cultural difference. Because, like, the face becoming completely white is like, oh, like, your face has become pale, like you've seen a ghost or something. But that is apparently what the text translation result comes out as. However, the alternative that it's suggesting is your face is pale. Okay.
お前さんは宇津木の子孫などではない。
Oh no, that is a very, like, the way she responded here is very different from the English version. In the English version, Kakuju responds with, "You aren't Utsugi's descendant." And the way she says it is very calm, calculated, and matter of fact. But here in Japanese, it very much sounds like she's panicking. From the image translation result, Kakuju says, "You are not a descendant of Utsugi." From the text translation result, let's see, copy paste as is, it does say you are not a descendant of Utsugi, but realigning, same thing, okay. Like, very much quick and panicked, "You are not a descendant of Utsugi."
そんな、だって奈落が。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "But Naraku told me..." And that's where you fucked up. You took Naraku at his word. From the image translation result, Kururugi apparently says, "Oh, that's it. Because Naraku..." I do think instead of "that's it," it should be "Is that so?" Or "Is that so?" Let's double check that. Okay, interesting. The default result that gives me in the text translator for Kururugi is, what? I mean, Naraku... But I think this is a good time to take another quick break. And we're back.
おい、一体どういうことなんだよ。
You know, like that's on you, Kururugi. You accepted Naraku, like, you were taking Naraku at his word. Motherfucker lies through his teeth. In the English version, InuYasha says, what's this all about? From the image translation result, InuYasha apparently says, hey, what on earth is going on? I do think that can be changed up a little bit. No, that is what the text translator is having it be. Actually, an alternative from InuYasha is, hey, what the heck? What does that mean? I think I could take it as, hey, just what is that supposed to mean? Otherwise, I actually don't mind what the English version did, because it very much plays into InuYasha, like, getting frustrated when he's confused. Let's face it, that's common.
それは
Yeah, no. Japanese version. Kakuju sounds very terrified. Like, he is scared. In the English version, Kakuju responds with, it's... from the image translation result, she's apparently saying, it is... Though, it could be it's, but I think it could also be that's... let's see. Huh, yeah, text translator for Kakuju is translating her as saying, that's...
危ない
In the English version, Kakuju calls out, look out! Sorry. Hi again, Luna. From the image translation results, Kakuju says, oh, that's dangerous! I do think it could also be, watch out! Let's see. Every translation result from the text translator has this, it's dangerous! But again, I'd be perfectly fine with it being, watch out! Because... in the English version, as Kakuju takes the hit, Kururugi says, what? Ah! While from the image translation result, Kururugi's reaction is, what? Ah! Let's check the text translator. From the text translation result, Kururugi is reacting with, what? Ah! So, yeah. That's fine.
拓司ばあちゃん
And from out of nowhere, a giant Hitogata. In the English version, Kururugi calls out, Kakuju! From the image translation result, Kururugi calls out, Grandma Kaguju! Which is what the, text translator also has.
なんだこいつは。
In the English version, InuYasha says, Who is that? From the image translation result, InuYasha asks, Who the hell is this? I think this would be a case where it should be, What the hell is that? The text translator gets close. The default it gives for InuYasha is, Who the hell is this? But alternatives are, What is this guy? And, What? What is this guy? So I do think having the translation be, What is this thing? Is perfectly fine. Or, What the hell is this thing?
でっかい人型じゃ。
In the English version, Shippo says, It's a giant Hitogata! From the image translation result, Shippo apparently says, It's a big Hitogata! Let's check the, text. From the text translation results, the two options are, It's a big Hitogata, or It's a huge Hitogata! I think it's a huge Hitogata is perfectly fine.
隠しばあちゃん。
Like, Kururugi is a little distracted. In the English version, Kururugi says, Kakuju. From the image translation results, Kururugi says, Grandma Kakuju. Which should be what the text translation comes out to. Let's see. It does continue, so...
こいつをなんとかしないと隠しばあちゃんの手当てが。
Let's see. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, We have to do something about it, or we won't be able to take care of Kakuju! From the image translation result, Hey Aldenix! Welcome in! You came in just in time to cry, my guy! From the image translation result, Kururugi says, We need to do something about this guy. I need to treat Grandma Kakuju! Let's see what the text translator says when I add it. Let's see. Interesting. Combined with the Grandma Kakuju from before, the text translator has this coming out as, We have to do something about this guy. Grandma Kakuju will have to be treated. Let's see. Let's see what happens if I remove that first part. Let's remove that. That doesn't really come with anything worthwhile. So I think the translation should be something along the lines of, We have to do something about this thing, or we can't help Grandma Kakuju.
とにかく戦わないわけにはいかなそうだぜ。
Finally managed to catch another stream. The last one? Yes, this is the last one. Because there's only one thing left to do after this fight. And you know exactly what it is. From the English version, InuYasha says, anyway, we won't give up without a fight. From the image translation results, he apparently says, well, anyway, it looks like we'll have to fight. I'm sure the text translator can turn out something better. From the text translator, putting it in just as copy-paste has it come out as, anyway, it looks like we have no choice but to fight. But if I realign it, first go has it changed to, yeah, anyway, it looks like we have no choice but to fight. And realigning it further has it become, yeah, anyway, it looks like we'll have to fight. Given InuYasha's character, I do think it could be reworded as, yeah, either way, we won't give up without a fight. Would be incredibly fitting and probably still work. Yep. Hitting big! But it has the same attacks as all the others. The only difference is it hits a little harder. Oh no! Okay. Well, it's just the one, so... actually... Nah, never mind. Because Kururugi only needs one. Holy cow, combat? Yeah! We're only gonna get, like, one more fight this stream! Alright. Kururugi, please. You need to heal everyone. Thank God you got 1 unit of energy. I don't know why I thought you needed 2 for it. Whoo! Alright, Shippo. You know what to do. Put up that defense and don't stop! And, well, Moroku's only good for one thing. At this point. Alright. May as well. Of course, this motherfucker only has the one attack! Thankfully, that's not too much damage this time. So we can take a bit to build energy back up.
村よ、怒りの刃となれ。やったぞ。おし。往生しやがれってやる。どうで。
はい。お願い、当たって。当たって。聞いたかな。来い。くたばりな、飛来骨。よし。
Oh wow, that actually did it. Okay.
一丁上がり。大したことなかったね。
Just gonna check something. I needed to set something up.
ばあちゃん、角樹ばあちゃん。
Is this an isekai? I mean, it's InuYasha, so sure. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Are you alright, Kakuju?" From the image translation result, Kururugi is apparently calling out, "Grandma! Grandma Kakuju!" Interesting. Yeah, that didn't need to be run through the text translator. Like, main two characters look a whole lot more like normal school children than the rest. Yeah, because that's the point. The one in green is Kagome. She's, let's face it, she's the lead character of the series. The entire story is how she can go back and forth between the present day and feudal Japan by jumping into a well. The boy that I'm playing of for this game is the character exclusive to this game's story. He did not come here of his own free will, and he can't get back by using the same method Kagome does. So, the entire point of the story here for Kururugi is to figure out how the hell to get back home. But, turns out, a bunch of other shit is going on. Revolving around him or revolving around them for some reason. Because you can also play as a girl by the name of Kagome. There's not really much different, aside from some gender stuff and, routing. I don't really need to translate this, it's just Kakuju, like, groaning in pain. Let's see. In the English version, Songo says, "It's bad." From the image translation result, she says, "Terrible." Let's see what happens if I throw that in the text translator. Okay. From the text translator result, Songo is apparently saying, "That's terrible." I mean, yeah, Kakuju ran in front of Kururugi to take an attack that was headed right for them. And she's an old woman. She is not as durable as we are. So...
この傷は
In the English version, Moroku says, "This wound." Which is also what the image translation result comes out with. Alright. Copy text. And that is also what the text translation comes out with, but an alternate suggestion it's giving me is, "This wound is."
そんな角地ばあちゃんしっかりして。
In the English version, Kururugi calls out, just says, "Hold on." But from the image translation result, Kururugi apparently says, "No way! Grandma Kakaju, pull yourself together!" I do think it could also be, "Grandma Kakaju, hold on!" Alternatives that the text translation result is giving me are, "Grandma Kakaju, stay strong!" But again, I do think having it be, "Grandma Kakaju, hold on!" is perfectly fine.
お前に話さねばならぬことがある。
In the English version, Pikachu says, "There's something I need to tell you." And again, it feels a little weird from the English version because Kakachu just immediately goes into it. But from the Japanese version and the ellipses, like, it takes Kakachu a bit. Especially considering, you know, she's really badly injured. But from the image translation results, Kagaju does also say, "There's something I need to tell you." But let's see what happens when I throw it into the text translator. I mean, it's... yeah, no, it's the same thing. But for some reason, the translation results aren't recognizing the ellipses. Let's see what happens if I do this. Okay, if I do that, it fixes the ellipses issue. But yeah, so there's something I need to tell you. Perfectly fine here.
角地ばあちゃん、喋っちゃダメだよ。今手当てするから。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "Don't talk right now, Kakachu. We're going to take care of you." From the image translation result, Kururugi is apparently saying, "Grandma Kakachu, don't talk. I'll take care of it now." I think it should be, "I'll take care of you now." Let's see. The text translation result is a little better with, "Grandma Kakachu, don't talk. I'll treat you now." But one alternative suggestion that it gives me is, "I'll take care of you now." So, yeah, that's fine.
いいから聞くがよい。お前さんの言う通り、わしはクルルギ神社の巫女じゃった。
I apologize for that loud noise all of a sudden. That was the fire alarm. Thankfully, it didn't last long. Hopefully, it doesn't go off again. In the English version, Kakuju says, "It's okay. Just listen. Like you were saying, I was the priestess of the Kururugi shrine." From the image translation results, Kakuju says, "Well, just listen. As you say, I was the shrine maiden of the Kururugi shrine." Let's see what the text translation does. Putting it in just as copy-paste has it, the translation as, "Just listen. As you say, I was the shrine maiden at Kururugi Shrine." Let's see. Realigning a part of it changes it to, "Just as you said, I was a shrine maiden at Kururugi Shrine." Okay.
そこで夫と共に幸せに暮らしておったのじゃ。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, "I was living there, happily, with my husband." From the image translation results, Kakuju apparently says, "There, she lived happily with her husband." That's the verbatim translation. I think it's supposed to be, "I lived happily with my husband." Because the subject is the Shrine Maiden, which Kakuju was. Let's see. Adding it to the text I had there already has the translation come out as, "I lived there happily with my husband."
だが子供が生まれるとすぐに夫は病気で死んでしまった。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, "But just after my child was born, my husband got sick and died." From the image translation result, Kakuju says, "However, soon after our child was born, my husband fell ill and died." Let's check the text on that. Okay. As is, it comes out as, "But as soon as our child was born, my husband got sick and died." Okay.
悲しんだわしは谷にこもり夫に似せた人型を作ると。
So I know I mentioned before that little kid in the village having very long dialogue. I think Kakuju beats her out on this one. Beats them out on this one. In the English version, Kakuju says, "I was so sad. I went to the valley and made a hitogata that looked like my husband." From the image translation results, Kakuju says, "Grieving, I retreated to the valley and created a hitogata in the likeness of my husband." Alright, let's grab the text and add it even more. Let's see. Copy pasting as is, it comes out as, "In my grief, I retreated to the valley and made a hitogata in my husband's likeness." Let's realign that. Okay, first attempt is, "In my grief, I retreated to the valley and made a hitogata in the likeness of my husband." Okay.
クルルギ神社に伝わる秘術で、それに命を吹き込んだ。
Yeah, that's, like... Damn, that's 5 screens. Okay. In the English version, Hakuju concludes here with, using a secret art that came from the Kururugi shrine, I breathed life into it. From the image translation result, Kakuju says, using the secret techniques handed down at Kururugi shrine, I breathed life into it. And copy pasting as is, adding it to the list in the translator, has this part come out as, and breathed life into it using the secret arts handed down at Kururugi shrine. But if I realign it, it doesn't change. So Kakuju's entire translation here comes out as, just listen. As you say, as you said, I was the shrine maiden at Kururugi shrine. I lived there happily with my husband. But soon after our child was born, my husband got sick and died. In my grief, I secluded myself in the valley and created a hitogata in the likeness of my husband and breathed life into it using the secret arts handed down at Kururugi shrine.
まさか
This should honestly just be Kururugi reacting with, no way. In the English version, they have Kururugi say, that can't be. From the image translation result, it does come out as, no way. Because Kururugi is like, oh, so that.
そう、それがお告げじゃ。
In the English version, Kakuju responds with, yes. That is Utsugi. From the image translation result, Kakuju says, yes. That's Utsugi. From the text translation result, yeah, no, that is the translation. Yes, that's Utsugi.
もしや谷にいた人型とはその時に失敗した人形なのでは。
Let's see. In the English version, Moroku says, so, are all the hitogata that we saw in the valley your failures? Speaking of Moroku, though, and Utsugi and hitogata, back when Moroku said that Utsugi was just a demon, and Utsugi responded with, just a demon? Huh? Considering hitogata are not yokai, that response is incredibly fitting, like, oh, you think I'm a yokai? Oh, I'm something else entirely. From the image translation result, Moroku says, could it be that the hitogata in the valley was a doll that failed at that time? Again, it should be plural because there's multiple. From the text translation, if I realign it, does not change. So it should be, could it be that the hitogata in the valley were dolls that failed at that time?
その通りじゃ。
In the English version, Kakuju simply answers with, exactly. From the image translation results, Kakuju apparently answers with, that's right. I do think it could be that's correct or you are correct. But let's see what the text translation has it come out as. What the fuck? Get rid of those. So the text translation has the initial result be exactly, which would line up with the English version, but the alternatives are that's right and you're right. Again, I do think that's correct or you're correct could also work.
そんなまがいものを作って嬉しいのかよ。
In the English version, InuYasha says, "How could you be happy with an imitation?" From the image translation result, InuYasha says, "Are you happy making such a fake?" Let's check the text translation. From the text, copy pasting as is gets the same result of, "Are you happy making such a fake?" What if I realign it? No, same thing. Either way, InuYasha, pot calling the kettle black.
ああ、その時は嬉しかった。
In the English version, Kakuju says, "Oh, I was happy then." From the image translation results, Kakuju responds with, "Oh, I was so happy at the time." From the text translation results, that is also what Kakuju says, but she does continue.
うつぎは人型なりにわしを愛してくれたしな。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, "Even though Utsugi was only a Hitogata, he loved me." From the image translation results, however, it seems to have Kakuju say, "Utsugi loved me in his own human way." Interesting. Let's see what the text translation comes out to. Okay, copy pasting as is has it apparently translate to "Utsugi loved me in their own way, even though they were human." I think it's supposed to be even though they weren't human, but let's see what happens when I realign it. That doesn't help any because it changes it to "Utsugi loved me in his own way as a human." Interesting. So either it could be loved me in their own way, loved me in his own way, even though he wasn't human, or loved me in his own way as a human. So either even though he wasn't a human, he still loved me, or he loved me in his own way that was very human-like.
じゃがだんだんと年を取らぬうつぎが疎ましく思えるようになった。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, "I began to despise the Utsugi that didn't age." From the image translation result, though, Kakuju says, "However, little by little, I began to find the ageless Utsugi annoying." Interesting translation. Let's see what the text translation has. Copy pasting as is has it as, "But gradually I began to find Utsugi, who never aged, annoying." Realigning it. but gradually I began to find Utsugi, who never aged, annoying. One more realign, if that changes anything. Okay, that changed it too, but gradually I began to find Utsugi annoying, because they never aged. It is interesting that it says annoying, but alternate suggestions from the text translator has it as jealous, which I think I would take instead. Because that would be a little closer to the English version, having I began to despise Utsugi.
わしはどんどん老いていくのに、ずっと若いままのうつぎがな。
In the English version, Kakuju concludes here with, I continued to get older, but he stayed the same. From the image translation result, Kakuju said, I'm getting older and older, but Utsugi remains forever young. Let's throw that into the text translator and see what happens. As is, it has it as, I'm getting old and older, but Utsugi stays forever young, so no difference there, but realigning it doesn't change it. I think instead of I'm getting older and older, it could be I got older and older, and instead of Utsugi stays forever young, it could be Utsugi stayed forever young. Otherwise, having it as... Hold on, with this whole thing now, it actually changes quite a bit. The full result that it's giving me now for all of Kakuju's dialogue is, oh, I was so happy at that time. Utsugi loved me in his own way as a human, with human apparently in quotations mark, in quotations. But gradually, I began to grow jealous of Utsugi because he never aged. I grew older and older, but Utsugi stayed forever young. I think that's perfectly fine.
そんな勝手な。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome responds with, how could you be so selfish? From the image translation result, Kagome just says, that's so selfish. From the text translation results, it also has Kagome say, that's so selfish.
じゃがその時はそうは思わなかったんじゃ。
In the English version, Kakuju responds with, yes, I was selfish, but I didn't think that at the time. From the image translation results, Kakuju says, yes, that's a selfish thing to say, but at the time, I didn't think so. Let's try that in the text translator. From the text translation results, copy-pasting as is has the result be, yes, that's selfish of me. But I didn't think that way at the time. Realigning it apparently changes it to, yes, that's just my opinion. But at the time, I didn't think that way. I don't think I'd have it be, that's just my opinion, having it be, yes, it was selfish. Or, yes, I was selfish. What was it? Okay. Previously it was, yes, that's selfish of me. So I think I'd have it be, yes, that was selfish of me. But at the time, I didn't think that way.
年が経つにつれわしは、うつぎに辛く当たるようになり。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, "As I got older, it became very difficult for Utsugi in time." From the image translation results, Kakuju says, "As the years went by, I became more and more harsh towards Utsugi." Interesting! That's different from what the English version has. Because the English version suggests that as Kakuju grew older, Utsugi, who stayed young, was having a more difficult time in the village. But from the image translation result, Kakuju is saying, as the years went by and she kept getting older, she just became more and more jaded and treated Utsugi much more poorly. Okay, there is a comma there, so it does continue. Hold on. Let me... Copy that. There. And... back through here, and try again. There we go.
里の者たちがいつまでも若いままの宇津木のことを疑い出すと。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, "The villagers became increasingly suspicious of the ageless Utsugi." From the image translation result, Kakuju instead says, "When the villagers began to suspect that Utsugi was always young." Let's see what the text says when adding it. Let's see. Adding it has it as, "And when the people in the village started to suspect that Utsugi was still young."
とうとう宇津木を年を取らない化け物と言って追い出してしまったんじゃよ。
Oh? Those are quotations that weren't in the English version. In the English version, Kakuju continues with, "They said he was a demon because he never aged, and they chased him out of the village." From the image translation result, Kakuju says, "In the end, they called Utsugi an ageless monster and drove him away." Let's see. Hold on. First, copy that. I need to go back to the other one and see if I need to rearrange or realign. Come on. Google Translate, please. Image Translate. Please. Okay. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Work with me. Let's see. They finally called him an ageless monster and drove him away. Let's see what happens if I realign that. No, that doesn't need that. This one, though, does. Finally called her A monster... Okay, so the full translation is coming out as... Yes, that was selfish of me. But at the time, I didn't think that way. As the years went by, I started to treat Utsugi harshly. And when the villagers started to suspect that he was always young, they finally called him a monster that never grows old, and drove him away.
各自ばあちゃん、ひどいよそんなの。
In the English version, Kururugi says, Kakuju, that's terrible. From the image translation result, Kururugi says, Grandma Kakuju, that's terrible. Let's see. The text translation result is the exact same. Okay.
その通りさ。
In the English version, Kakuju responded with, yes, it was. From the from the image translation results, Kakuju apparently says, that's right. Let's see what the text translation comes up with. Same thing, but let's see what else.
それから何年か経って自分の身勝手さに気づいたわしは
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, after a few years, I realized how selfish I had been. So, from the image translation result, Kakuju instead says, then, several years later, I realized how selfish I was. Let's see what happens when I add to the text translator. That's right. A few years later, I realized how selfish I was. Alternative suggestions it gives me is instead of a few years later, there's several years later or after several years. I think either of those could work.
そうか。だから旅に。
Let's see. In the English version, Sango says, that's why you went traveling. While from the image translation result, Sango says, I see, that's why you're traveling. From the... yeah, text translation is the same thing. I don't need to translate that. Actually, no, I should just to throw it for the text, just because it might do something. Let's see, in the English version, Kakuju just answers with yes. But according to the image translation result, Kakuju just says, But I think Kakuju gives a slow nod. The text translation result does have it as,
次を探し出しあの時のことを詫びまた一緒にやり直すために
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, I went looking for him to say I was sorry and to try to start over. From the image translation results, Kakuju apparently says to find Utsugi, apologize for what happened, and start over together. Let's see what happens if I add it. Apologies for copy pasting as is. It comes out as to find Utsugi, apologize for what happened back then, and start over together. Realigning has it. Realigning has it changed to find Utsugi, to apologize for what happened back then, and to start over together again.
じゃがどうやらわしはうつぎを長く放っておきすぎた。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, but I left Utsugi alone for too long. From the image translation result, Kakuju apparently says, but it seems that I left Utsugi alone for too long. Let's see, adding it to the text. Translator. Has it as... But it seems I left Utsugi for too long.
うつぎがお前を呼んだのは玉込めの術を使えると思ったからじゃろう。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, the reason Utsugi called you was because he thinks he can use the magic of soul infusion. Oh, hello! According to the image translation result, Kakuju says, Utsugi must have called you because he thought he could use the soul enslavement technique. Hold on! Let's see. Copy pasting as is has as, I think he called you because he thought you could use the soul enslavement technique. I think it should be he thought he could use. But let's see. Let's try realigning. No, it's still... I think he called you because he thought you could use the soul enslavement technique. I still think it should be because he thought he could use the soul enslavement technique.
強力な力と近しい人間の魂があれば人間になれる。クルルギ神社に伝わる秘術じゃ。
I'm still... Now I'm curious. How did the English version turn soul enslavement to soul infusion? In the English version, Kururugi continues with magic and a relative spirit, you can become a real person. That is a secret art passed on from the Kururugi shrine. From the image translation result, she says, with great power and a close human soul, one can become human. That's a secret technique handed down at Kururugi shrine. It doesn't say with magic, it just says with great power. So someone's strong enough. Let's see. Okay, when I added this in, it changes the soul enslavement technique to the soul filling technique. Copy pasting as is. Has this part come up as, if you have great power and the soul of a close human, you can become human. It's a secret technique passed down at Kururugi shrine. Let's see. Close human. An alternate take for that is, if you have a powerful force and a close human soul. Okay, let's figure out where this is. Let's see where this is going.
子孫であるお前の魂、至根の玉。
And there's the mention of the Shikon jewel. That's why Utsugi needs it. From the image translation result, Kakuju says, "Your soul, my descendant, and the Shikon jewel." So here, Kakuju is outright calling Kururugi their descendant. From the... So then, adding that to the list of the text translation, it's with your soul, my descendant, and the Shikon jewel.
それさえあれば人間になれる。
The extra detail with Kakuju being in so much pain as she's dying, saying this, is so fucking good. And I hate the fact the English version didn't do this. They instead just have Kakuju sound normal. In the English version, Kakuju says if he has you, his descendant, and he gets your soul and a shard of the Shikon jewel. Oh, wait. Yeah, I forgot to do the English version for that. Whoops. Did I say what the... Yeah, I did that. I just completely missed the English version. Whoops. So... for this part, Kakuju says if he has all of that, he can become human. From the image translation result on this part, Kakuju says if the thing would work for me. From the image translation result, Kakuju says, if you have that, you can become a human being. I do think it should be... Hold on. I do think it should be with that, he can become human. Or he can become a human being, whatever. The text translation result has it as, with that, you can become human. But again, I do think it should be he can become human because they're talking about Utsugi, but... Or it could be Kakuju's talking about the process, but whatever.
次はそう考えたに違いない。
In the English version, Kakuju says, I'm sure that is what Utsugi is up to. From the image translation result, Kakuju says Utsugi must have thought so. And from the text translation result, Kakuju says... Yeah, Utsugi must have thought so. So... Okay, let's try and fix all of this. Or go over all of this. The full translation for Kakuju here is, apparently, yes, I wanted to find Utsugi, to apologize for what happened back then, and start over together. But it seems I left Utsugi alone for too long. I think Utsugi called you here because he thought you could use the soul-filling technique. Again, I think it should be thought he could use. And then continues with, if you have great power and the soul of a close human, you can become human. It's a secret technique passed down at Kururugi Shrine. Your soul has a descendant, and the Shikon Jewel. With that, you can become human. Again, I think it could be he can become human. And then ends on, Utsugi must have thought so.
ばあちゃん、角地ばあちゃん、しっかり。もう話さなくていいから。
Oh yeah, no, you can hear Kururugi starting to break down into tears. This is so good. In the English version, Kururugi says, Kakuju! Kakuju! Please, hold on! Don't talk anymore. From the image translation result, Kururugi is apparently saying, Grandma Kakuju! Stay strong! You don't need to talk anymore! And I think the stay strong can be, hold on! Let's see. From the text translation result... yeah. Grandma Kakuju! Hold on! You don't have to talk anymore! Or, for that last one, there's no need to talk anymore.
お前に頼みがある。
In the English version, Kakuju says, I need you to do something for me. While according to the image translation result, she says, I have a favor to ask of you. Let's put that in the text. So the three result options it's giving me are, I have a favor to ask of you, I have a wish for you, or there is something for you. I do think I have a favor to ask of you is perfectly fine.
この呉服を宇津木に。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, please, give this amulet to Utsugi. From the image translation result, she says, this talisman to Utsugi. Let's see. But if I add it to the text translation, it becomes, give this talisman to Utsugi. An alternative that it gives, though, is give this amulet to Utsugi.
お前ならきっと宇津木の思いを鎮められる。お前なら。
In the English version, Kakuju continues with, I think you have what it takes to help him see the wrongness of his ways. From the image translation result, Kakuju apparently says, I'm sure you can calm Utsugi's feelings. If it's you. Let's see. If I add it to the text... copy pasting as is has it as, I'm sure you can calm Utsugi's feelings. You can. If I realign it, it does not change.
ばあちゃん、死んじゃダメだよ。
From the English version, Kururugi says, Kakuju, don't die! You can't! From the image translation result, Kururugi says, Grandma, don't die! You can't! From the text... yeah, no, it's, Grandma, don't die! You can't!
お前の顔触 やらせておくれ。
In the English version, Kakuju says, "Let me touch your face." Which is what the image translation comes out with. So let's see what the text has. Same thing. Okay.
ばあちゃん
I don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi saying, "Grandma." But in the English version, they had Kururugi say, "Kakuju."
確かにそっくりじゃ。亡くなったわしの夫。うつぎの顔。
You can actually hear how happy Kakuju is here compared to the English version. God damn it! Why did the English version have to fuck up? In the English version, Kakuju says, "Yes, you look exactly like my husband that passed away. You have Utsuki's face." From the English version, or sorry, from the image translation, Kakuju says, "Indeed, you do look just like my late husband, with Utsugi's face." Let's run that through the text. The text translation result has it as, "Indeed, he looks just like him, my late husband, with Utsugi's face." I do think it should be, "You look just like him." Let's see. Okay, realigning it is, "Yes, you do look like him, my late husband, with Utsugi's face." I think it should just be Utsugi's face, not with Utsugi's face.
そんなダメだよばあちゃん呉服をうつぎに渡すんだろ自分で渡さなくちゃダメだよ
Oh, damn, you can hear him just absolutely breaking here. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Kakuju, I don't want you to die." Actually, nope, I jumped ahead. Haha. What Kururugi actually says in the English version for this scene is, "No, Kakuju, you have to give the amulet to Utsugi. You have to do it yourself." From the image translation result, Kururugi says, "No, you can't, Grandma. You have to get the talisman to Utsugi. You have to give it to him yourself." Let's see. In the text translation result, doing it just copy-paste has it as, "No, that's not okay, Grandma. You have to get the talisman to Utsugi. You have to give it to him yourself." Oh yeah, Kururugi's is absolutely tearing up. Like, if they're not crying right now, they're very much about to. In the English version, this is where Kururugi says, "Kakuju, I don't want you to die." From the image translation results, Kururugi says, "Grandma Kakuju, I don't want you to die." And adding it to the text translator has it as, "Grandma Kakuju, I don't want you to die." And that's just Kururugi saying, "Grandma Kakuju."
Kakuju おばあちゃんの願いを叶えられるのはあなたしかいないのよ。
And with that, she's gone. In the English version, Kagome says, "You're the only one that can fulfill Kakuju's wish." From the image translation result, Kagome says, "You're the only one who can make Grandma Kakuju's wish come true." From the text, though, Kagome says, "You're the only one who can grant Grandma Kakuju's wish." But if I were to realign it... you're the only one who can make Grandma Kakuju's wish come true. Further, does not change that.
そうだね。僕。
That little bit at the start before Kururugi started talking was definitely them, like, wiping away their tears to stop crying. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "I know. I... From the image translation result, Kururugi says, "I agree. I don't think it should be I agree. Putting it in only gives me the first part, which has Kururugi say, "That's right." But I think it should be "You're right." But I need to grab the other thing because the image translator wasn't grabbing the boku. Hold on. Come on now. There we go. Now it comes out as, "That's right. But again, I do think it can be "You're right," because agreeing with what Kagome said.
角地ばあちゃん、必ずこの護符を宇津木に届ける。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "Kakuju, I promise I will give this amulet to Utsugi." From the image translation result, Kururugi says, "Grandma Kakuju, I will definitely deliver this amulet to Utsugi." And in the text translation result, when I add it, is Grandma Kakuju, I will definitely deliver this talisman to Utsugi.
そして必ず宇津木を助けるから。
And in the English version, Kururugi ends with, "And I will help him." But from the image translation result, Kururugi says, "And definitely, I'll help Utsugi." I think instead of help, I wouldn't be against it being "I will save." Oh, there we go. When I add it to the text translator, it comes out as, "And I will definitely save Utsugi." So the whole thing comes out as, "You're right. Grandma Kakuju, I will definitely deliver this talisman to Utsugi. And I will definitely save Utsugi." Fade to black. Who knows? It could be that they buried Kakuju somewhere because Kakuju's body is nowhere to be seen. But for now, we're gonna go for one last break. And we're back. No more breaks for the rest of the stream. I'm going straight for the end, no matter how long it takes. And during the break, I healed everyone up as best I could, including using all of our nectar to get as much energy as possible. Let's leave. There's a new area. Last chance to save. God, 111 minutes. It's gonna be be longer than that. Or no, that's 111 hours. Why the hell did I think it was minutes? Anyway. Let's get going. In the English version, Utsugi says, "You finally came. I've been waiting." From the image translation results, Utsugi says, "You finally come. I've been waiting." And let's throw that into the text translation. Same thing as the image translation result. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Huh? Utsugi? Utsugi, listen!" From the image translation result, Kururugi says, "Huh? Utsugi? Utsugi, listen to me!" From the text translation result, same thing. With, "Huh? Utsugi? Utsugi, listen to me!" The one alternative suggestion it gives is, "Utsugi, please listen to me!" In the English version, Utsugi says, "As long as I have your soul, I can become human, and Kakuju will love me again." From the image translation result, Utsugi says, "With your soul, I can become a human. I will be loved by Kakuju." Copy text. From the text translation, as it gives me from a copy-paste, Utsugi says, "As long as I have your soul, I can become a human. I can be loved by Kakuju." And even realigning it has the same thing. In the English version, Utsugi continues with, "So, give me your soul." From the image translation result, Utsugi says, "That's why. Give your soul to me." Let's grab that text, throw it in, and see if that does anything. Kind of. It has it come out as, "So, give your soul to me." So the whole thing from Utsugi here is, "As long as I have your soul, I can become a human. I can be loved by Kakuju. So, give your soul to me." In the English version, Kururugi calls out, "No, Utsugi! Ah!" From the image translation result, Kururugi apparently says, Utsugi, no! Ah! And the text... apparently, from just copy text, Kururugi says, Utsugi, it's no good! Ah! I do think having it be Utsugi no works, but it could also be Utsugi, don't do it! Or Utsugi, stop!
いけない。魂が吸われてる。
In the English version, Kagome says, oh no! The soul's being sucked out of the body! From the image translation result, Kagome apparently calls out, no! His soul is being sucked away! And from the text... yeah, no, same thing. No! His soul is being sucked away! Considering the fact that other characters aren't doing anything to stop it, very much suggests that they can't. Whatever Utsugi's doing is preventing them from interfering. In the English version, Kururugi just says, stop! Stop! From the text, or from the image translation results, Kururugi is apparently saying, stop it! Stop it! Which is also what the text translation comes out as, with either stop it, or stop, stop!
魂が人間になれる各自
In the English version, Utsugi says, if I have your soul, I can be human. Hakuju will. While from the image translation result, Utsugi says, if I have... okay, no, that comes out weird. It apparently has Utsugi say, if you have a soul, you can become a human. Hakuju too. I think it should be, if I have your soul, or if I have a soul, I can become a human. Hakuju will. But let's check what the text has. Let's see. Okay, the... okay. One of the options actually is better, is what I figured it should be, which is Utsugi saying, if I have a soul, I can be human. I don't really know about the Kakuju 2 or Soken Kakuju results it's giving me, but I think this would be a case of me going with the English version's Kakuju will, because Utsugi's obsessed with Kakuju loving him again, or it could just be Kakuju. Now this is where things get a little interesting. In the English version, Kagome calls out, that's a lie! Which is also what the image translation comes out with. But I think it should be... No, it can't be! No, it's just coming out as, that's a lie. What does InuYasha say here, then? Because in the English version, they also had him say, that's a lie. From the image translation result, InuYasha apparently says, "Hey, you're kidding!" Which is what the text translation comes up to, but it also apparently has, "Hey, you're lying," or "Hey, that's a lie," as possibilities. For Kagome, I do think instead of "that's a lie," it should be, "No, it can't be!" And then follow up with InuYasha's, "Hey." Must be, or should probably be something like either, "Hey, you're kidding," or "Hey, stop joking." In the English version, InuYasha says, "Are you okay? Hey!" While, according to the image translation result, InuYasha says, "Hey, are you okay? Hey!" From the text translation, same thing. And, Kagome getting down to check on you will change depending on what route you're on. So it'll be whatever character you're on the route for. If it's with InuYasha, I think someone else takes his spot of, "Hey, are you okay?" From the English version, Kagome says, "Open your eyes." But from the image translation result, she says, "Please, wake up!" From the text translation result, yeah, she also says, "Please, wake up!" Let's see. In the English version, Shippo says, "You can't die! No!" But from the image translation result, Shippo apparently says, "Don't die! Don't die!" I almost want to say the first one is, "Don't die on us! Don't die!" But apparently, text translations, actually, one alternative it gets for Shippo is, "You can't die! Don't die!" I think it could be, "Don't die on us! Don't die!" I don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi groaning while as they regain consciousness. Come on, rush through this. In the English version, Songo says, "Still alive." From the image translation result, apparently she just says, "Alive." I think I'd have it say he's alive. The text translation result gives "I'm alive," "alive," or "it's alive" as suggestions. So I think it would be fine for the translation here to be "he's alive" or "they're alive."
よかった。魂を吸われたのではなかったのですね。
In the English version, Moroku says, "Oh, good. It seems your soul wasn't taken." From the image translation results, Moroku says, "Good. Your soul wasn't sucked out." From the text, however, Moroku apparently says, "Thank goodness. So your soul wasn't sucked out." Realigning doesn't change it, so that's fine.
僕、なんで無事なんだ。確かに魂を。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "But why am I okay? I thought it was all over." From the image translation result, Kururugi apparently says, "Why am I safe? My soul is definitely..." I think the start should be, "Why am I still alive?" Or, "How am I still alive?" And he mentions the soul, so... Let's see. Copy paste as is. Has it as, "Why am I safe? My soul is definitely..." Okay. Okay. One of the alternate options is, "Why am I okay? Certainly my soul..." So I think it should be, "Why am I okay?" or "How am I alive?" Or "Why am I alive?" One of those three. And then my soul was definitely...
そうだ。意識がなくなりかけた時、ゴフが。
And then in the English version, Kururugi continues with, "That's right. When I lost consciousness, the amulet..." While from the image translation result, Kururugi says, "That's right. When I was about to lose consciousness, the talisman..." If I add that to the text... it starts the same, but if I'll realign it, does it change? No, it doesn't. So, "Why am I safe? I'm sure my soul..." That's right. When I was about to lose consciousness, the talisman..." So, either "Why am I alive?" "How am I alive?" or "Why am I okay?" as the start. Then, "I'm sure my soul..." That's right. When I was about to lose consciousness, the talisman..."
角上おばあちゃんのご夫？
In the English version, Kagome asks, "Kakuju's amulet?" Which is also what the image translation result has. Though, the text translation might have the same result. No, it has Grandma Kakuju's talisman. So the text translator does seem to be consistently going for talisman, but amulet is still an option.
うん。これが暖かくなって、それで。
That start should just be Kururugi nodding to confirm Kagome's question. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Yes, it got warm," and then... While the image translation results has Kururugi say, "Yes, it gets warm," and then I'm pretty sure it should be, "It got warm." But let's check the text. Always to make sure. Copy pasting as is was, "Yeah, this gets warm," and then... Yeah, no, I think I should just go with, "Yeah, it got warm," and then... Or again, just confirming nod. "It got warm," and then...
ご夫がお前を守ってくれたのか。
In the English version, Shibbo says, "The amulet protected you." While from the image translation result, Shibbo is apparently asking, "Did the amulet protect you?" Rather than the English version having Shippo realize what likely happened. Interesting. From the text translation result, it has Shippo ask, "Did the talisman protect you?" With no alteration. Alright.
なぜだ私はなれないのか 人間に
Let's see. In the English version, Utsugi laments, "Why? Why can't I become a human?" While according to the image translation result, Utsugi says, "Why? Why can't I become a human?" Let's see. An interesting alternative is, none of the text translation results really work because it's taking the middle one a bit too literal with the question mark there. But I think one of the alternatives could fit, I mean, could work with having Utsugi say, "Why? Why can't I become one? A human?" I don't need to translate that. That's Utsugi groaning in pain. The English version had him go, "Ah!"
うつぎが
In the English version, Kururugi calls out, "Oh no, Utsugi!" While from the image translation results, Kururugi says, "Ah, Utsugi?" I probably don't need to run it into the text translator. Yeah, it just, Utsugi!
あれはうつぎの胸に四魂のかけらがあるわ。
Come on. In the English version, Kagome says, "Look, it's a shard of the Shikon jewel around Utsugi's neck." So what? Alright, from the image translation result, Kagome says, "What is that? There's a fragment of the Shikon jewel in Utsugi's chest." So this is the clarification from before of Utsugi taking the Shikon jewel. No, he took the fragment, the shard that that we had, that Utsugi, or that Naraku took from us. So there's our clarification. Good. It's just a shard. Let's see. From the text translation result, Kagome says, "What's that? There's a shard of the Shikon jewel in Utsugi's chest."
なんと
From the English version, Moroku says, "What?" From the image translation result, he apparently says, "Oh my god!" Which I don't think is the case here. I think it should be, "Oh no." Okay. The initial one it gives is Moroku saying, "Oh my." But another alternative suggestion it gives is Moroku saying, "What?" So, I think I'd be fine with it being, "Oh no."
それはまずい。うつぎの持っている四魂のかけらは奈落に汚されているはず。
Considering this. In the English version, Moroku says, "That's not good. The shard of the Shikon jewel that Utsugi has been tampered with by Naraku." While according to the image translation result, Moroku apparently says, "That's bad. The fragment of the Shikon jewel that Utsugi has he must have been tainted by Naraku." Let's double check that real quick. And see if it does anything when added to his previous line. Let's see. The fragment of the Shikon jewel that Utsugi has must have been tainted by Naraku. Okay, let's see if I realign it. Yeah, the fragment of the Shikon jewel that Utsugi has must have been tainted by Naraku. In the English version, Utsugi says, "What? My chest!" While from the image translation result, Utsugi apparently says, "What's wrong with my chest?" So it is interesting that the English version has Kagome say that Utsugi has the jewel shard around his neck. Because the implication then is that the shard from Naraku's influence is then entering his chest. But from what Kagome said in the English in the Japanese version, saying that it's already in Utsugi's chest, it's been there the entire time. Let's see, from the text translation result, the two better options for Utsugi here are, "What's wrong with my chest?" or "What? My chest?"
思考のかけらが黒い光を放ってうつぎの体を動かし始めてる。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, "The shard of the Shikon jewel is glowing black, and it's starting to merge into Utsugi's body." From the image translation result, Kagome says, the fragment of the Shikon jewel is emitting a black light. It's starting to affect Utsugi's body." Let's check that text, shall we? From the text translation result, Kagome is apparently saying the fragments, plural, of the Shikon jewel are emitting a black light, and it's starting to affect Utsugi's body. And suggesting that Utsugi has more than one, but I'm pretty sure it's just the one shard. So it should be the fragment of the Shikon jewel is emitting a black light, and it's starting to affect Utsugi's body. So it isn't that it's merging, because from the Japanese version, Utsugi already has the jewel shard in their chest. It was a purple light before, but now it is actually black. Let's see. From the English version, Kururugi says, "It can't." From the image translation result, Kururugi says, "That's it." I think it could or should also be, "So that's..." Actually, the translation it's giving me for Kururugi is, "That's not possible." Oh, hello. That's a nice effect on the voice. In the English version, Utsugi says, "What's happening? My body!" From the image translation result, Utsugi says, "What is this? It's my body!" In the... okay. From the text translation, it's a little weird. It does have the, "What is this?" But the initial one also has "It's a body," which I think "It's my body" would be better. The second option is "This is my body." And the third is "This my body is." So I think I'd have it as, "What is this? My body!" I don't need to translate that. That is Utsugi screaming. And still screaming. Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha just questions, what? While from the image translation result, also just calls out, what? Let's see, from the text. Yeah, same thing, just, what? Oh! I like that a lot more than what the English version did. Oh, that sounds a lot creepier. Mitsuki crying out in pain, and then someone else's laugh coming from their body. In the English version, Songo calls out, "That's Naraku's voice." From the image translation result, Songo says, or calls out, "That voice is Naraku!" Considering the comma, I think it could also be, "That voice, Naraku!" I don't need to translate that. That's just Naraku laughing after he fully assimilates Utsugi's body. Ow. Let's see. In the English version, Naraku says, "Did you really think you could destroy me?" While from the image translation results, Naraku says, I never thought that. Did you seriously think you'd defeat him?" That needs to be fixed, so let's try it. And, yeah, okay. From the text translation result, it's just, "Did you really think you'd defeated me?" Other options are, "Did you seriously think you could defeat me?" Or, "Did you seriously think that you had defeated me?" I am curious about that first. What the? Huh. Okay. There's an extra bit that's just not translating well, but I think it's just part of the thing, but whatever. In the English version, InuYasha says, "That's Naraku!" According to the image translation result, though, InuYasha calls out, "You're Naraku after all!" Let's see. That is what the text translation comes up to, so. Let's see. In the English version, Naraku says, "Now, Utsugi's power will be mine." From the image translation results, Naraku says, "Now, the power of Utsugi is mine." And from the text translation result, Just on the copy paste, Naraku apparently says, "With this, the power of Utsugi is mine." Realigned, though, it's "With this, Utsugi's power is mine."
それじゃあ朝霧島で私たちに負けたのも。
In the English version, Sango says, "So, when we defeated you on Asagiri Island," while according to the image translation result, Sango says, "Well then, and you lost to us on Asagiri Island." I think it should be, "So then, when you lost to us on Asagiri Island." But let's see what the text translation comes out to. Let's see. The initial option, the initial result it gives is, "Then you lost to us on Asagiri Island." Another option, alternative is, "Well then, the one who lost to us on Asagiri Island."
すべてうつぎの力を手に入れるためのこと。
That start is Naraku giving a scoff or a smirk like, "Oh, it was all part of my plan." In the English version, Naraku says, "It was all so that I could get Utsugi's power." From the image translation result, Naraku says, "It was all to obtain the power of Utsugi." Let's see from the text, just to be sure. Yeah, so same thing. It was all to obtain Utsugi's power.
そんな許せない。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "You won't get away with it!" From the image translation result, Kururugi responds with, "I can't forgive that!" I think it could be, "No way. I won't forgive you!" But it does... yeah, it's... The text translation is just coming out as, "I can't forgive that."
そういうことならもう一度ぶった切ってやる。
In the English version, InuYasha says, "Naraku, I will destroy you again!" From the image translation results, InuYasha calls out, "Naraku, if that's the case, I'll chop you down once more!" I think it should be, "I'll cut you down," but okay. Let's see. Text translation. He does have more, so.
行くぜみんな。
It should just be InuYasha calling out, "Let's go, everyone!" But the English version, for some reason, had him call out, "Everyone, let's do it!" Image translation result has InuYasha call out, "Let's go, guys!" Again, could be everyone instead of guys, but let's see. Yeah, there we go. In the text translator, it's, "Let's go, everyone!" And the full translation for InuYasha then comes out to, "Naraku! If that's the case, I'll cut you down once more! Let's go, everyone!" Well, he took over Utsugi's body, so he shouldn't have a barrier, right? Right? No, somehow he does. So, Shippo defend. InuYasha defend. And... I mean, we know what happened the last time we tried using this on Naraku. And gimmick fight over. In the English version, Naraku laughs and says, I have Utsugi's power now. Your power won't work on me. While, according to the image translation result, Naraku says, I possess the power of Utsugi, so your techniques no longer work on me. I mean, it's not like I could break through your barrier before anyway. But, sure, let's chalk this up to Utsugi. Let's see. The techniques don't work on me. Okay. Yeah, no. I have the power of Utsugi, so your techniques no longer work on me. And may as well be, I have Utsugi's power, so your techniques no longer work on me. In the English version, InuYasha shouts out, isn't there anything we can do? While, according to the image translation results, InuYasha says, don't you have anything else to do? I think that should technically be directed at Kururugi. Let's double check that text, shall we? Don't you have anything else to do? Okay, yeah, no. Let's see. In the English version, Shippo says, it's just like the time we were in the castle! We're... From the image translation result, Shippo says, it's the same as at the castle! We're going to... While, according to the text, Shippo says, it's the same as at the castle! We'll do it again! I do think it should... I actually do think I'd go with the image translation here with, we're going to, because Shippo thinks we're going to lose. In the English version, Naraku says, you finally realized what you've gotten yourselves into. But it's too late now. From the image translation result, Naraku says, it seems you have finally realized your position. But it's too late now. Let's see what the text says. Realigning slightly has it as, it seems that you have finally realized the situation you are in, but it is too late. And then realigning again is, it seems you finally realized the situation you're in, but it's too late now. I don't need to translate that, that's Kururugi just crying in pain. I shouldn't need to translate this because it should just be InuYasha saying damn it or shit. In the English version, he does call out damn it. Image translation result does have it as damn it. One of the text options is fuck. Damn.
みんな死んでしまう。一体どうする。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "We're all going to die if we don't do something. But what can we do?" From the image translation result, Kururugi says, "At this rate, everyone will die. What should we do?" I think it could also be, what can I do? Because, I mean, yeah, whatever. Text translation result has Kururugi apparently say, "This continues, everyone will die. What should we do?" Is there any alternative? There is one alternative that's, if this continues, everyone will die. What should I do? Other alternative is, if we continue like this, we're all going to die. What should we do? Considering Kururugi is the one who does something, that's why I think it should be, what should I do? Because he's the one who tries something. Let's see. But he just tries to break the barrier again, to no avail. In the English version, Naraku says it's useless. While according to the image translation, Naraku says, what a waste. Text translation does have it as either what a waste or what a pointless thing to do. Or what a waste of time. Let's see. In the English version, Naraku continues with, "Don't you realize your Shikigami power won't work on me?" From the image translation, though, Naraku apparently says, "Your Shikigami is. Don't you understand that it no longer makes sense to me?" That needs to be fixed for sure. So, text has it as, "Don't you understand that your Shikigami no longer works on me?" In the English version, Naraku then says, "What? What is... nope, hold on. That was early." In the English version, he ends here with, "Now, it's time." While according to the image translation result, he says, "Come on, it's about time." Let's throw that into the text translator. And it also comes up to, "Come on, it's about time." So, full translation here is, what a pointless... how pointless. Or, no, what a waste. Don't you understand that your Shikigami no longer works on me? Now, it's about time. But then... in the English version, Naraku reacts with, "Huh? What is this?" Which is also his reaction from the image translation. Ugh, what is this? From the text translation results. Same thing. Okay. In the English version, Kururugi remarks, the crystallized rock is... While the image translation result apparently has Kururugi say crystal stone. I think it's supposed to be the barrier stone. Or barrier rock. Google Text Translator apparently has it coming out as the crystal stone. Okay. From beyond the grave. In the English version, Naraku curses Utsugi. While from the image translation result, Naraku saying, Utsugi, you. And from the text translation results, same thing. Utsugi, you. That's definitely different from the English version. In the English version, Utsugi says, I won't let you abuse my power in whatever way you please. From the image translation result, though, Utsugi apparently says, my power. I won't let you have whatever you want with it. I think it should be, I won't let you do whatever you want with it, but let's check the text. Copy pasting as is has the result being my power. I won't let you do as you please. Yeah, I think it should be my power. I won't let you do as you please with it. In the English version, Utsugi says, I will forsake my soul before I would ever allow that. From the image translation result, Utsugi says, rather than let you use me, I'll destroy my soul. But I thought you didn't have a soul, Utsugi. In the text translation result, just from copy-paste, has it come out as, if I'm going to be used by you, I'll destroy my soul. Realigning it has it become, if I'm going to be used by you, I'll erase this soul. In the English version, Naraku says, I didn't realize you still had power left. From the image translation result, Naraku says, damn, to think he still had this much power left. And from the image translation result, Naraku says, damn, I didn't realize you still had this much power left. Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi says, the crystallized rock is broken. From the image translation result, Kururugi says, the crystal stone has broken. From the text translation result, the initial result it gives is the crystal is broken. But the other options are the crystal stone is broken and the crystal stone is broken.
結界も消えました。うつぎの気配も。
In the English version, Moroku says the barrier has disappeared, and so has any sign of Utsuki. From the image translation result, Moroku is saying the barrier has disappeared, and so has the presence of Utsugi. Let's check text. The barrier has disappeared, and so has the presence of Utsugi. Realign is no different.
よし、今ならいけるぜ。奈落、覚悟しやがれ。
In the English version, InuYasha calls out. Hang on, make sure. Yeah. InuYasha calls out, "We can attack him now! Prepare yourself, Naraku! You're going down!" From the image translation result, InuYasha calls out, "Alright, we can do it now! Naraku, prepare yourself!" And copy text. Yeah, no, same thing. Okay. And now for the actual final battle. Oh, yeah. This track again. Let's fucking go. Let's just fucking go all in. Get that shield up, because he's gonna hit hard. I'm really curious what the translations for his moves are. I am glad that he still has the echo effect, though. That just makes so much sense that he should. No, that's barrier. No, that's barrier. This is water. Kururugi is now the heel bitch. That is their only job. Because they're the only one with the party heals! Alright, Kagome. Go for it. There's nothing Moroku could really do. Damn, I didn't think Naraku was that slow. What? Okay, everyone still got their shield, so Shippo can go for an attack. Oh, nice crit, Shippo!
尻尾をやるじゃん。
That's a single target. Oh, and on me. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Well, yeah, let's just go for an attack. Single targets or whatever. I can have someone else heal that. I can have Moroku heal that. Uh-oh. Everyone still got a shield, though, so that's fine. I could have Kagome heal, but she does do more damage than Moroku. Actually, it's your turning. Nah. Okay, good. We do still have the shield. Yeah, no, it is absolutely fitting that he has the echo effect to his voice when using that massive attack. Uh-oh. Ah, Kururugi's coming up soon anyway. Let's see. Wild swing. That's whatever then. Nope. Come on now. Okay, wow, Shippo still has the shield up. Okay. His next turn, I'm gonna renew it though, absolutely. Normally I'd say I wouldn't be worried about that, but considering where Shippo is now, and if Naraga does his big attack next, I would be in trouble.
聞いたかな。
カゴメにしちゃ上出来だな。はい。流れゆく大河よ。祝福のせせらぎを響かせよ。
すまね。
おし。
Oh yeah, that shield is gone, so Shippo absolutely needs to put it back up.
くらえってどうで行くぞ
くたばりな。開いこ。どうだ。
思い知るがいい。己の弱さ、そして愚かさを。
You're really just throwing this out a lot, and that was a crit. Who did you hit? Songo. I mean, that's not too bad.
行きますよ。くらえ。しまった。
弥勒様らしくない。
はい
Oh shit, he coming. Yeah.
流れゆく大河よ祝福のせせらぎを響かせよ
So I don't want to be caught with my pants down if he does that big attack again. Because that one hurts.
すまね
ほら本気じゃぞ。
思い知るがいい。己の弱さ。
You really like throwing this one out. Why? I know you have another one that hits everybody. And that's nothing. Okay. Go for it.
逃がしゃしねえぞわくれどうで
いいぞ、イネシャ。
よし。
Almost there.
やってみる。浄化して。
Ooh, that was a crit.
聞いたかな。
カゴメにしちゃ上出来だな
キララ、行くよ。
Let's see.
開いこ。
How much will this do?
これでとどめだ。 どうだ。
Ooh. Okay. Now, question. Damn it, you take two. Shit. I got something stupid in mind, and I want to fucking go for it.
頼む隙がにマジかよ気にすんな
Barrier. Or. No, because I used the last one. Naraku, I swear, you better hit InuYasha and get him another unit of energy. I fucking swear. Or on Kagome. One or the other. I don't care which, just as long as one of them gets energy. Because I want to do something fucking stupid. InuYasha or Kagome? InuYasha or Kagome? Kagome! Alright! But she didn't get energy! Damn it! Alright, screw it. Classic. Just go with the classic. There we go. I knew he was one hit away. Ah, whatever. Yeah, no, Naraku is straight fucking dead in this timeline. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. In the English version, InuYasha cheers out, "We did it!" Which is apparently what the image translation comes out to. So let's check the text translation. Text translation has InuYasha say, "I did it," but "we did it" is one of the options there, so sure. Let's see. In the English version, come on. Get there, please. In the English version, Kururugi cheers out, "We really did it!" But from the image translation result, Kururugi shouts out, "This is the end, Naraku!" So they absolutely just changed what Kururugi says here in the English version. Wow. In the English version, Shippo says, "Did we really destroy him this time?" While from the image translation result, Shippo says, "Did you do it?" Which I think it should be, "Did we do it?" He's just like, he came back to life once. Who's to say he won't do it again? In the English version, Songo says, "It's finally over. Kohaku will be fine now." While from the image translation result, Songo says, "It's finally over. Now Kohaku is really..." From the image translation result, or from the text translation result, Songo says, "It's finally over. Now Kohaku is really..." Okay. In the English version, Moroku says, "You can pay for your sins in hell, Naraku." While, according to the image translation result, Moroku says, "Repent for your sins in the afterlife, Naraku." Let's see. Text translation result has Moroku say, "Repent for your sins in the next world, Naraku." Although in the afterlife is also one of the suggestions, so sure.
ここまで本当に長かったわ。本当に。
From Kagome, in the English version, she says, "It took us a long time to finally get here. A long time." While according to the image translation result, Kagome says, "It's been a really long journey so far. Really." From the text translation result, Kagome says the same thing as the image result when just copy pasted. So let's see what happens if I realign it. No difference. Okay. And appearing on the ground is
Utsugi!
I don't need to translate that, it's just Kururugi calling out Utsugi's name. I don't need to translate this either, it's just Utsugi weakly groaning in pain.
Utsugi! しっかりしろ! Utsugi!
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Utsugi! Hang on, Utsugi!" While according to the image translation result, Kururugi apparently is saying, "Utsugi, pull yourself together, Utsugi!" Which I think should be either hold on or hang on. Or hang in there. Image or text translation result has the same as image, but a couple other alternatives it gives are "Utsugi, stay strong, Utsugi," and "Utsugi, be strong, Utsugi." I still think "hold on, Utsugi" or "hang on, Utsugi" are perfectly fine.
赤い血まさか人間に
Interesting here. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Red blood? You've become human?" From the image translation, though, Kururugi is apparently saying, "Red blood? Don't tell me you're human." Text translation result has it as "red blood"? Surely not from a human. But realigning it has it, could that be from a human?
これは
Let's see. In the English version, Utsugi says, "What?" But from the image translation result, he says, "This is..." Let's see. From the text translation, though, Utsugi says, "What is this?" Though, "this is also an option that they suggest.
玉込めの術です。
Let's see. In the English version, Moroku says, "This is the art of soul infusion." From the image translation result, Moroku says, "It's the soul enchantment technique." Really? Not soul enslavement? Or soul filled? Come on now. From the text translation result, it does come out to, it's the soul filling technique.
それってさっき角上おばあちゃんが言ってた
Apparently the Japanese name for it is Kagome no Jutsu. Let's see. From the English version, Kagome says, "Did Kakachu say anything about that?" From the image translation result, though, Kagome says, "Is that what Grandma Kakachu said earlier?" So it's different context here with Kagome, with the English version, Kagome apparently forgetting Kakachu's description of the technique, but the Japanese version is Kagome being like, "Wait, didn't Grandma Kakachu say something about that?" So definitely the English version changing that. From the text translation, there's no difference. I shouldn't need to, but since Moroku does continue, I might need it. In the English version, Moroku just says, "Yes," while the image translation is having it as "yeah," and the text translation result has it as "yes."
護符に自らの魂を吹き込む秘術です。
Let's see. In the English version, Moroku says, "Using a secret power, she must have put her soul into the amulet." From the image translation result, Moroku apparently says it is a secret technique to breathe one's soul into the amulet. It'll probably say talisman for the text translation. Yeah, it is a secret technique to breathe your soul into the talisman. But realigning it has, it's a secret technique to infuse your soul into the talisman. So then, hi, soul infusion.
じゃあ、ばあさんが
In the English version, InuYasha says, so she, while according to the image translation result, InuYasha says, then that old woman. Let's see. From the text result, or text translation result, InuYasha apparently says, then that old lady. It could also be that old woman.
各自そうか
In the English version, Utsugi says, "Kakachu? I understand." While, according to the image translation result, Utsugi is more shocked that it's to hear Kakachu's name, so it's like, "Kakachu?" It's not gonna get this, is it? No, it's not. God damn it. That's close. Come on now, let me fix this, please. Please, let me fix this. There we go. Give me that. Oh, you fucking piece of crap image translator. So, from the text translation results, Utsugi says, "Kakachu. I see."
お前の魂を取り込む代わりに私は護符に込められた各自の魂を取り込んでいたのだな。
In the English version, Utsugi says, "Instead of taking your soul, I took her soul that was inside the amulet." From the image translation results, Utsugi says, instead of taking your soul, I was encased in a talisman. It had absorbed Utsugi's soul. I think it should be, I had absorbed Utsugi's soul that was encased in the talisman. But let's check the text when we add it. Let's see. There we go. So for here, it comes up to, instead of absorbing your soul, I was absorbing Kakuju's soul that was contained in the amulet. Could be talisman because the text translator's been having it be talisman for a while. So the full translation here is Kakuju. I see. Instead of absorbing your soul, I was absorbing Kakuju's soul that was contained in the talisman.
しっかりするんだ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Hang in there, Utsugi." The image translation result apparently has Kururugi say, "Do it properly," which, okay. From the text translation results, the default result is Kururugi saying, "Stand strong." I think I'd have it come out as, "Hang in there."
私は人として死ねるんだ。愛する人の魂と一緒に。
In the English version, Utsugi says, "I can die as a human now, with the soul of the woman I love." While from the image translation result, Utsugi apparently says, "I can die as a human being, with the souls of my loved ones by my side." Interesting. Let's check the text translation. Let's see. It's human being together with the souls let's see. Copy paste it as is. The result is, I can die as a human being, together with the souls of those I love. Realigned does no difference. I think, with the text translation, it could be together with the soul of the one I love.
私は幸せだ。ありがとう。
Let's see. In the English version, Utsugi says, "I'm happy now. Thank you." From the image translation result, Utsugi says, "I'm happy. Thank you." Let's see here. From the text, Utsugi says the exact same thing as the image.
うつぎ。
Let's see, just taking this for the text translation because it might help. But this is Kururugi saying Utsugi's name. Let's see. Come on. Copy text. Interesting. Not coming off as panicked as the English version does. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Don't go! I finally realized I can understand you!" From the image translation result, though, Kururugi apparently says, "Don't say goodbye. Thought I finally got to understand you." From the text translation, though, Kururugi is saying, "Don't say goodbye. I thought I had finally come to understand you." Realign that is no different. So yeah, Utsugi, don't say goodbye. Thought I had finally come to understand you.
孫に見取られて死ねるのは幸せだというが、孫の孫に見取られるのも悪くはない。
In the English version, Utsugi says, they say it is a blessed thing to have your grandchild next to you when you die. But to have your great-great-grandchild is also a great blessing. I think I may have skipped something by accident. No, I did not. Okay. So yeah, English version. They say it is a blessed thing to have your grandchild next to you when you die. But to have your great-great-grandchild is also a great blessing. From the image translation result, Utsugi says, they say it's a blessing to die surrounded by your grandchildren. But being surrounded by your great-grandchildren isn't so bad either. Let's see. Copy pasted as is. It results in the same thing. Let's see. And realigning it doesn't do anything different. Good.
喋らないで。
In the English version, Kururugi says, don't talk anymore, Utsugi. While from the image translation results, Kururugi apparently says, stop talking. I think the mo could be interpreted as, please, stop talking. Or please, don't talk anymore. From the image, or from the text translation result, it does come out as, don't talk anymore. And that's the only one that it's giving. Okay.
最後に頼みがある。私をクルルギの墓に。
In the English version, Utsugi says, I have one last request. Please bury me in the Kururugi cemetery. From the image translation results, Utsugi is apparently saying, I have one last request. Take me to Kururugi's grave. I'm pretty sure the intention there is supposed to be the Kururugi family grave site. Let's see. Yeah. A couple alternatives for I have one last request are, in my final moments, I have a favor to ask of you, or at the end, I have a favor to ask of you. And then it just take me to Kururugi's grave, or put me in Kururugi's grave, so the Kururugi, put me in the Kururugi family graveyard, or whatever.
次まさか四魂の玉を抜くつもり？ダメだよ、それがなくなったら。
In the English version, Kururugi says, Utsugi, are you planning on taking the shard of the Shikon jewel? You can't! If that disappears... From the image translation results, Kururugi apparently says, Utsugi, are you sure you're planning to remove the Shikon jewel? No, if it's gone, then... Huh, interesting. I need to check the text translation here, because if that's supposed to be remove the Shikon jewel, then that suggests that Utsugi is taking it out of their body? While... Huh. Interesting. Let's see what this does. Yeah, no. The text translation result has Utsugi. Are you planning to remove the Shikon jewel? No! If it's gone! Because that's basically what's keeping Utsugi alive right now. In much the same way it was acting for Kohaku and the Band of Seven. So if Utsugi removes the jewel shard, they'll die. But it's completely different from the English version, where they say that Utsugi is going to take the jewel shard to the afterlife with them. And then if the jewel shard disappears, the Shigon jewel is just fucked. But if it's a case of Utsugi's removing it, there's no plot hole! Because there's no missing jewel shard!
もう手遅れだ。どうせ死ぬなら人間として葬られたい。
Let's see! In the English version... Come on. Oh, hold on. In the English version, Utsugi says, "It's too late. If I'm going to die, I want to die as a human." According to the image translation, Utsugi is apparently saying, "It's already too late. If I'm going to die anyway, I want to be buried as a human being." Let's check that text. From the text translation result, yeah, Utsugi says, "It's too late now. I'm going to die anyway. I want to be buried as a human being." An alternative is, "It's already too late. If I'm going to die anyway, I want to be buried as a human."
生きるんだ、人間として。
Yeah, English version actually got pretty close on this one. In the English version, Kururugi shouts out, "You're going to live as a human being!" From the image translation, though, Kururugi apparently says, "Live as a human being!" Let's check that text. Okay, 3 possibilities. One of them is live as a human being. The others are live as a human! Or live as a human!
ダメだ。このままではまた。
Let's see. In the English version, Utsugi responds with, "It's no good. I can't live like this again." From the image translation result, though, Utsugi apparently says, "It's no good. At this rate, it'll happen again." Huh. From the text translation result, Utsugi says, "It's no good. If this keeps up, it'll happen again."
奈落の力に私は。
Interesting! This is definitely different from the English version. In the English version, Utsugi says, "under Naraku's control." From the image translation, though, Utsugi is apparently saying, "By the power of Naraku, I..." It could also be, "By Naraku's power, I..." Let's see. With the power of hell. Yeah, like, with Naraku's power, I... The implication there being that with the, like, if Utsugi still had the jewel shard, Naraku's power influencing it could allow him to revive out of Utsugi again. In a much the same way that he did with Kohaku in the second movie, but based on what this game has said, Kohaku is perfectly safe. So, Utsugi is the only one that Naraku could possibly revive from in this timeline. From the English version, Kururugi just says, but, which is also what the image translation result comes out to, and I'm sure that's what the text translation is going to come to. Yep. And now,
Kagome-san.
this will change depending on whose route you're on. The character that approaches you will be the character you have the route with. And then it will vary between romance or friendship. In the English version, Kururugi just says, Kagome. I shouldn't need to translate this, but I'm going to anyway. Image translation result has it as Kagome-san. While from the text translation result, it's Kururugi saying Kagome-san again. She sounds so much more like trying to calm and reassure Kururugi, I think, compared to the English version. In the English version, Kagome says, you should understand. From the image translation result, Kagome apparently says, let me understand. Which doesn't make sense. So the text translation is Kagome saying, either I'll let you understand or I'll make sure you understand. I think it should... I think having it be you should understand is fine. But if going with the translation result of Kagome saying, I'll make sure you understand, is meant to be, like, she'll make sure she, like, reassures him and make sure he gets through it, then fine. I don't need to translate that. In the English version, it does make it sound like Kururugi's on the verge of tears, like they're going to cry for Utsugi, but here, I can't tell if that's what they're trying to go for, or if it's Kururugi being surprised that Kagome's willing to help them with this. In the English version, Utsugi begs, please. While from the Google image translation results, Utsugi is apparently saying, ask, which I don't think is accurate. So text translation has it as please. Alternatives are ask and request, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be please in this case. In the English version, Kagome repeats the Kururugi cemetery, right? From the image translation results, Kagome says, it was Kururugi's grave. Because she's repeating where Utsugi wanted to be buried for clarification. Like, that's where you said, right? Interesting. One alternative translation suggestion is, it was Kururugi's grave, wasn't it? So, pretty much getting close to matching the English versions, the Kururugi cemetery, right? And again, Kururugi's grave being the Kururugi family gravesite. I don't need to translate that, because I almost want to say it's Utsugi, like, giving a relaxed sigh or something, like, as a way of saying yes. Or you could have it as being translated as Utsugi saying a heavy breath, yes. The English version, though, just had Utsugi say, please. God damn it. I can't believe I'm actually running this through the translator, but I want to be sure. From the image translation results here, Utsugi is apparently, yeah, just going, So I'm pretty sure it's like a breathy, like a very heavy breath, sigh, or acknowledgement. Yeah, because it's not even having yeah or yes as an option from the text translator.
Utsugi.
I don't need to translate that, that's just Kururugi saying Utsugi's name.
最後はお前に。
Let's see. In the English version, Utsugi says, "It's my last request to you." From the image translation result, Utsugi apparently says, "My last moments will be with you." Interesting. Let's see what the text translation comes up with. From the text translation results, yeah, no, my last moments will be with you. Yeah, interesting. The English version completely changed it. I don't need to translate that. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Kururugi trying to fight back their tears for Utsugi.
わかったよ。
Or biting their tongue to be like, to try and avoid arguing. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Okay." But from the image translation result, Kururugi apparently says, "I understand." Which is probably what the text translation is going to have it as. But I wouldn't be against the result being, "I get it." Oh, wow! The text translation result actually defaults to the result being, "I get it." But it does have "I understand" as an option, so I guess you could go with either or. That's just Utsugi on their last breaths.
さよなら。Utsugi.
Oh, you can hear Kururugi about to break into tears there. That is not present in the English version. Oh, that hit so good. In the English version, Kururugi just says, "Goodbye, Utsugi." But from the image translation result, Kururugi says, "Goodbye, Utsugi." And from the text translation result, also says, "Goodbye, Utsugi." But again, Kururugi is like very much about to break and start crying. Oh, damn. No, that hits a lot harder. In the English version, Utsugi's last words are "Kakuchu." But here in Japanese, it's Kakuchu. As his last breath escapes.
Utsugi.
I don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi saying Utsugi's name again, likely about to weep for them, for their ancestor. Huh, they did actually change the music here for the English version. Interesting. In the English version, Kagome says, "He looks peaceful." From the image translation result, Kagome says, apparently, "You have a peaceful face." I'm curious if that's supposed to, if the intent for that is supposed to be she's looking at Utsugi's body and telling him you have a peaceful face. Otherwise, I think it should be he has a peaceful face. Okay, text translation result has you have a peaceful face, you have a gentle face, and he has a gentle face. So yeah, one of them is Kagome telling Kururugi that Utsugi more or less looks peaceful in death. I shouldn't need to translate that because it should just be Kururugi nodding solemnly in agreement. In the English version, they had Kururugi answer yes, and the image translation result has it come out as yeah, and the text translation result has it come out as also yeah. Okay.
隠しばあちゃん、うつぎと幸せにね。
In the English version, Kururugi then says, Kakuju, be happy with Utsugi. From the image translation result, though, Kururugi is apparently saying, Grandma Kakuju, I hope you and Utsugi are happy. From the image, or sorry, that is from the image translation result. Let's grab the text result. Text result is Grandma Kakuju, I hope you and Utsugi will be happy. Alright. So image translation, I hope you and Utsugi are happy. Text translation, I hope you and Utsugi will be happy. So, either or is fine.
あなた
Uh-huh. And so it begins. In the English version, Kagome says, hey. But from the image translation result, Kagome is saying, you. From the text translation result, I think it should be the same. Yeah, Kagome saying, you. Like, she's about to say, you're glowing, but probably cuts herself off.
なんだこれ。
From the English version, Michiru asks, Michiru, I'm going Michiru here because this is his ending here. Michiru asks, what is this? From the image translation result, Michiru asks, what is this? Text translation should be, yeah, the exact same. What is this?
うつぎの力が失われたから
Then from Songo, in the English version, she says, is it because Utsugi's magic has disappeared? From the image translation result, Songo is apparently saying, because Utsugi's power has been lost? I think I could also take because Utsugi's power is gone. But text translation result defaults with because Utsugi lost their power. And that's all the other results are. So I think it should be... I actually think it should be something like, is it because Utsugi's power is gone?
じゃあ現代に
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome then says, then you're going back to your time? But from the image translation result, Kagome says, so in the present day? Which I think she's trying to say, so back to the present? Or, so, the present. Let's see. Text translation result has, so, in the present day, but it does have an alternate, then, in modern times. Again, like, Kagome is not finishing, but the implication here is being, so, you're going back to the present? Which does come off a bit better than the English version, so you're going back to your time, which the English version using that makes it seem like even though Kururugi and Kagome are from the same era, they are from different points in time. But the Japanese version from these translations makes it more vague and adds the implication that Kururugi and Kagome are from the same time, not just the same era.
Kagome-san?
I shouldn't need to translate this because it's just Michiru saying Kagome's name. Let's see. That is what the image translation result has. Kagome-san. The text translation result also has it as Kagome-san.
待ってよ。いきなりすぎるわよ、そんな。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kagome reacts with, as she approaches Michiru. Unfortunately, a limitation of the models, we don't know if she's trying to do anything more than that, like maybe reach out to Michiru to stop him from leaving. Maybe she wants to go with him, even though she can use the well. It's like, I want to go with him now. Who knows? In the English version, Kagome says, wait, this is too sudden. From the image translation results, Kagome says, well, wait, that's too sudden. I think instead of wait, it could also be, well, hold on, or, well, hang on. Let's see. Here we go. Text translation result apparently has Kagome saying, well, wait a second, that's too sudden. So the English version has Michiru and Kagome make very weird sounds that I could never place, because from Michiru it sounds like this weird shudder. And I had a friend of mine watch through this, and she claims that it's Michiru and Kagome sighing in disappointment because the light surrounding Michiru is acting as a barrier, so Kagome can't reach out to Michiru. They're being separated by the barrier, so they're sighing that it's unfortunate they can't touch each other or something in these last moments. But I'm curious what she'd think of this. If it might be a different interpretation or something.
Kagome-san, お別れだね。
One moment. Let's see. Just making sure I wasn't going too far ahead. In the English version, Michiru says, Kagome, it's time to say goodbye. Which is also what the image translation result has. So let's see if the text translation result has anything different. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out to this is goodbye, or if that's one of the options. Okay, default option is Kagome-san. It's time to say goodbye. Alternatives are apparently Kagome-san, farewell, or Kagome-san, goodbye. I do like the it's time to say goodbye a little bit better.
最初も最後も本当突然な人ね。
The ellipses at the start, even though there wasn't really a hesitation with the voice, I feel could be an implication that she was hesitating to say something to sort her thoughts into what she wanted to say. In the English version, Kagome says, "You're here and gone in a moment's notice." From the image translation result, Kagome apparently saying, "From the beginning to the end, he was really sudden." I feel like that needs to be fixed up a bit, so let's see what the text translator has. Text translation apparently has it as, "You were really sudden, both at the beginning and the end." Realigning it has it come out as, "At the beginning and the end, you were really sudden." The implication of this likely being how suddenly Kururugi appears and leaves. Like, Kururugi, or Michiru appeared all of a sudden and now is leaving all of a sudden. But I'm still curious about those ellipses, like, could there be more to what Kagome's trying to say here? Who knows? I wouldn't need this, but since Michiru continues from here, let's nope. It's not gonna grab it, is it? It's not gonna grab the ellipses, is it? Nope. Okay, well, I can just mess with that on my own. I'm not sure what to make of that sound Michiru made. I think it could be that Michiru's settled on what they're gonna do next. Because I know what he's gonna do or say next. But in the English version, they instead have him say, like a disappointed sigh or something, it seems like.
Kagome-san, 最後だから思い切って言うよ。
Now, in the English version, Michiru says, "This is it, Kagome. I want to tell you something before I go." But from the image translation result, Michiru apparently says, "Kagome-san, since this is the last time, I'll say it boldly." Oh? From the... whoops. I grabbed the wrong one there. Haha. Let's see. From the text translation results, Michiru says, "Kagome-san, this is the last time, so I'll say it boldly." Although, since it's the last time, I'll say it boldly is also a suggestion. But another interesting suggestion is, "Dear Kagome, it's the last time, so I'll say it boldly."
何？
In the English version, Kagome asks, "What?" Which is what the image translation result has, and that should be what the text translation has, because I'm pretty sure that's just what she's saying. Kind of. The default result it gives me from Kagome is, "What is it?" Even though that's not how she sounded, if you go with the translation of "what is it," it does make it seem like she's a bit more expectant of an answer. But you could just go with it being, what? Like, she wants to know what Michiru wants to say.
僕あなたのこと
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru says, Kagome, Hold up! What is this translation? Apparently, according to the image translation, Michiru is saying, I love you. But I'm pretty sure that's not the case. The text translation results are a little weird here because it doesn't really know how to handle this. The first result the text translation is giving is Michiru saying, which I certainly wouldn't accept. Especially considering, it has anata in there, which is usually meant to refer to the other persons as you. The other option is I'm talking about you, but in this case, I think the translation should be about you. Or you could actually just have it go with the English versions, Kagome, because Michiru is speaking to Kagome, so that would make sense given what happens next. So, I have the emulator paused. At the very end there, with no text box, Michiru says, Ski data. From what I've been told, it means I loved you. Past tense, under the implication of I had grown to love you, but I don't anymore, or I had grown to love you, but we can't be together. Those are the two possible meanings that I've had told to me when I brought this up to some other people. So it isn't Michiru saying that he loves Kagome. It's that he had grown to love her, but doesn't think at this point anything more can happen. Because as far as he knows, he'll never see her again. But
そうだ僕戻ってきたのか帰ってきた僕帰ってきちゃったんだ嬉しいはずなのにどうしてねえねえお兄ちゃんどうしたのなんでもないんだねえお兄ちゃんもお人形埋めに来たのえこのお人形を埋めると会いたい人に会えるんだよへえそうなんだもしかしてこれそうかよしじゃあ埋めに行こうか
このお祭りって宇津木たちのことが元になってるんだ。よかったね、宇津木。くるるぎ神社に葬ってもらえたんだね。
メールだよ。
誰からだろう。元気にしてるかな、かごめさん。
Pausing the emulator again because I want to talk about this. Back when I did the English version, I talked to someone in chat brought up, or at the time brought up that apparently cell phones were publicly available in Japan around 1996. So, the fact Michiru got a photo of Kagome on his phone would mean that he likely is from the same time period that Kagome is from when the manga was made. But I did a little bit of digging, and the first flip phone or front-facing camera phone wasn't really a thing in Japan or even publicly available until 2004. Which would have been around when this game was released. So, with that in mind, just fucking around with the timeline stuff, from the Curse Mask timeline, I'm just fucking with stuff. Michiru is from 2004, but due to that picture, so would Kagome. So it's like, Curse Masks is a different timeline, but also at a different point in time, but stuff still happens with Kagome as normal. It's just slightly different, but whatever. The big thing, though, is that photo from Kagome. I also mentioned this back when I did the English version, that considering how long the game's story is implied to take place over, since we have confirmation that at least 1 month has passed because of the Suzumi Village event, by the time Michiru would have been close enough to Kagome to likely even ask to take her photo, just as, like, memorabilia or, like, something to remember her by or whatever, his phone would have been dead. So, he would not have been able to take the picture. So, the only other possibility is that, at some point, Kagome, probably with her own cell phone, took a picture of herself, and considering that Michiru got the "You've got mail," or in the English version's new text message, Kagome sent the photo the moment she crossed over back to the present. So, it's very likely, at least from going by Kagome's ending, that Michiru, or even Kaname, if you're playing as Kaname and doing Kagome's friendship route, could meet Kagome again. And who knows what could happen from there. But that's really it. This has been a pretty interesting experience, honestly. And a lot of the translations, while some results have been, kind of insane and questionable, were pretty eye-opening. And I learned a lot of new things about this game that I didn't expect. For about the last couple of years, I have felt an issue towards this game and kind of had it as an on and off love-hate thing. It had been my favorite game for over a decade. And then it got to a point where I was like, wait, like, do I actually like anything from this, or has it melted my goddamn brain? So I started to wonder if maybe I might actually hate this game. But playing the Japanese version and having a much better time with it, especially regarding how the characters speak, like just the way they speak, not just the fact that it's the Japanese voices, and what a lot of the translations came out as, I definitely do enjoy the Japanese version more than I did the English version. And some time ago, I have been made aware of a retranslation attempt for this game, or a detranslation, I guess. Which, let's face it, would just be take the Japanese game and more accurately translate the script and make that into a translation mod or patch. And I actually would like to see that come to fruition. I don't know who I'd have to contact for that, who I'd have to get in touch with for that, but I very much would be up for helping with a project like that. I know the translation results I've had can be incredibly iffy. It's Google Translate. Of course there's going to be a lot of issues. And of course the DeepL translation results are going to have issues. But I do feel like with everything I did and what I've been able to understand with this game, I would be able to help somehow, in some way. But other than that, like, I don't really know what else to say. I will be revisiting the English version in March 2025 when the 21st anniversary of the Japanese release comes out, in which I will be playing a different route. But for now, I can at least take a break from this game and this series. Technically, no speedrun. I have thought of doing speedruns, but I feel by the time I'd be willing to put in the time for it, it would be like, it would have been too long, because I still want to do the other routes, and if I do them once per year, that's going to be another 8 years from now. So I don't know if I'd be able to fit speedruns in with that. And then by the time I'm done doing those routes in those next 8 years, I don't know where I might be in regards to a speedrun. I don't know if I'd still want to try and route one out. I don't know if I'd still be interested or what. Who knows what could happen. But until the next Cursed Mask route playthrough, I'm going to be going back to my usual rotation of speedrun games. Or, not speedrun games, my usual rotation of games to play on stream. So, until the next game, hold on actually, because there's also this stupid thing. You piece of garbage. In the English version, the text here says, if you save your clear data, a new character ending will be added. When playing for the second time, there is a talking cat somewhere in the village where Kaede lives. Talk to the cat to begin the game from a high level. from the image translation result, what route will it be, by the way? The next route will be what I consider... actually, I'll get to you on that in a bit. From the Google image translation results, apparently the text here says, after this, if you save your clear information, one additional character ending will be added. In the second playthrough, there is a talking cat somewhere in the village where Coyote lives. Speaking of which, you can start at a high level. Let's double check that text, shall we? From the text translation result, it reads, after this, if you save your clear information, one more character ending will be added. On your second playthrough, there is a talking cat somewhere in the village where Coyote lives. If you talk to it, you will be able to start from a higher rank. And gee, I wonder who it could be from that silhouette that's hardly being covered. Anyway, regarding the next route that I will be doing, it will be what I consider to be the second best romance route, as we play as Kagome Kururugi and try to romance a certain lecherous monk. But until next stream, which will be one of my other games, or until March when I do that other route, this has been the Azure Guardian. See ya.